Welcome to the Encore Audio Archives YouTube channel. I'm Taper Dave, and this is my channel. I've uploaded hundreds of talks here that I've recorded at meetings in West LA, and I've also recorded conventions starting in 2013. I've got a bunch of those up. And Walt and Mary Murray, the original owners of Encore Audio Archives, started the company in the 80s, and Walt recorded Joe and Charlie's and a bunch of stuff down in Vista, California. My sobriety date is June 20th of 1994. I hope you find something you like, so please like and subscribe to my channel and comment down below. If you want to hear something that I don't have or that you don't see, I'll see that I get it. Anyways, take care and have a great day if you want to.
I'm Tom, and I'm an alcoholic, and I'm going to feel trapped by this thing, but we'll see what we can do. Something about Charleston, every time I come down here, my stomach starts doing things. Y'all remember last time I was down here and it was the stomach? And my old doctor told me when I quit drinking, I used to go with him with all kinds of troubles. I had a bad case of hypochondria when I first got sober. Any of y'all had that yet? I felt parts of my body I hadn't felt in a long time. I mean, really, and they hurt, you know. And I went to see my doctor, Bill, you know, and he'd sit back and smile while I told him my troubles. And he was so caring and, you know, concerned and loving, because he would say to me, I told you if you ever quit drinking, you was going to fall apart. And I guess I'm still falling apart in some sense. But if I have to leave and go to the bathroom, you know, bear with me. Stomach's kind of churning. It's either Charleston water or stress or tension, and who cares? It's just there. And we're going to try to share anyway this morning. How many of you were out there last night at Baker Hospital? Okay. That's good. How many of you are alcoholic out there? Let me see your hands. Okay. And how many addicts? Okay. And you know what I call them. How many pigs? That means you drink everything too thin to chew, and you've chewed or shot the rest of it. Cross addicts, they call them. There was a kid down in Columbia, South Carolina not long ago, and this kid couldn't have been over 17 years old. And when I talked with groups of patients, I asked them to introduce themselves. And we got to this kid, and I thought he was never going to get through introducing himself. You know, he was alcoholic, he was addict, he was bulimic, he was everything. And I just stood there until the kid finished, and I said, son, why don't you save yourself some breath and just say, you're a damn mess, or something when it comes your turn, because he had everything. I think some of us do that sometimes in order to brag, you know. Old friend of mine in AA says that when he comes around AA now, he goes to a meeting and there's more ANDAs than there are AA members. And there I go with it right there. But we're all people who are in a process of spiritual growth. And I want to talk probably mainly today about spirituality, spiritual growth, what it is, I think, and what it isn't, I think, and kind of look at the latter steps of the program. You know, we talk about the first 5 steps of the program and the first 9 steps of the program, you know, endlessly, it seems, sometimes. And I wonder about what the old-timers used to call the maintenance steps, steps 10 and 11 and 12. They're very important steps. And I want to get into those things today with you also. Pretty much going to wing it, as I usually do, because it goes better that way. But I do want to share with you some points of view. Not from the point of view of convincing you that I'm right, you see? Not from the point of view of your believing like I believe, but I want to share some opinions and some points of view of mine with you in hopes that it will touch something in you, get something going in you. So I really don't care if you agree with what I say or disagree with what I say. That's not the point. If it begins some kind of process of thinking about what we really are and what we're really after and what we're really all about and what our addiction was to begin with, then I've probably achieved my purpose. Just want to spring something. I generally put it, I want to wind up the rubber bands in your head and get them turning. And let's see if we can't do that. Any of you familiar with a mystic by the name of Meister Eckhart? You are? I've been reading a little book of his meditations, and he's a very interesting kind of a person. There's a line in his book that I like, several lines as a matter of fact. One line is that when you pray, if you have said thank you, that will suffice. I like that. That's simplicity itself. But the line I want to share with you this morning is this. He says, the soul does not grow by addition, but by subtraction. The soul does not grow by addition, but by subtraction. Some of you have heard me talk before, and you've heard me talk about my kids. You heard me talk about my son, Jason. And he's a big fella now. He's God's about as tall as I am, and he'll be 20 years old. It's hard to remember, hard to believe that he'll be 20 years old come October. Because I remember when he was walking out of his diapers up the driveway, you know. Kid had a real knack for walking out of his diapers. Never miss a step. And he's a beautiful kid. He would say things to me like, when I woke him up one morning, son, did you rest well? He'd say, yes, sir, all but my brain. My brain, he says, just never stops. Kid that sat on his potty chair and said to me, Jesus turns the power on. He said that to me one day, just out of the clear blue sky. Scared me to death. You know? And kids are powerful. Kids are open channels. Kids are, if you will, I believe, closer to the source than many of us are. One of my goals in life is to be a child. That's one of my goals in life, to be a child. A gentleman was asking me today, by the way, he said, you mentioned Sanford last night. Are you talking about your senator from North Carolina? I said, no, I'm talking about Fred Sanford on Sanford and Son. He's one of my role models. You know, he and Wile E. Coyote. You know, Wiley has perseverance. And that's what a lot of alcoholics need. He's never going to catch the roadrunner, but he doesn't know it. He's going to keep on trying. Anyway, I'm sitting there with my son. I forget what age he was, and I had become a little wary of the questions that he would ask me because more and more often I was having to say, I don't know. And we're sitting on the couch one night. I remember sitting on the couch, that part of it, and he says to me, Dad, why don't I be the father for a while and you be the son? And I said, well, how are we going to work that out? And he said, it's simple. He said, I'll grow up and be the father. You grow down and be the son. My son said, grow down. Meister Eckhart says the soul does not grow by addition, but by subtraction. One of the spiritual teachers who walked the face of the earth put it very clearly to us in these words. Unless you become as a little child, he told this guy, you cannot enter this state of being that I've been talking about. Growing down. It's interesting, isn't it? We usually think of growing up. But we're talking about in the spiritual life a process that involves growing down. Growing to be more childlike, more trusting, more honest. Honest in the sense of being what you are. Kids know how to do that real good. You ever notice that? They know how to be what they are. There's no sham, there's no hypocrisy. They're really up front. Getting back to that state of being, I think, has to do with spiritual growth. Subtracting, if you will. Subtracting what? A lot of self-centeredness. A lot of ego. The old-timers in the program of Alcoholics Anonymous, when they were framing the 12 steps, learned from William James about spiritual experience and spiritual awakening. And with James, there were two elements in all spiritual experience. And he studied them and wrote a book about them called The Varieties of Religious Experiences. That's what he called them. And he said two elements are common to all. And the first element of every spiritual experience, said James, is ego deflation at depth. That's where we got our idea of bottom. Okay? Ego deflation at depth. The ego just flattens out. The person says, I can't, I give up, I surrender. And the other part of the spiritual awakening or experience, according to James, was when this happens, when the ego flattens out, Something else inside knows precisely and exactly where to turn and does so. Usually with a cry, God help me. Have you had this experience? Have you been in a life-threatening situation and all the stops are out, you know? And you believe that you're an agnostic, and you believe that you're atheist, and you believe all kinds of things, and all of a sudden all the stops are out, and you know it's falling to pieces here, man. And we don't cry for our mothers or our fathers, and we don't try to act grown up. But like a child does, automatically, spontaneously, we call out for the Father. It's a beautiful thing. And kids are closer to that, I think. And we want to become childlike. At least that is my belief. Spirituality is an interesting thing. We talk about it a lot. I know or knew a lot less about it than I think I know now when I got here. And I don't know a lot about it now. And maybe that's a good thing. We live in a strange world. Have you noticed that? I was talking to Pepper last night. I was down in Columbia, South Carolina not long ago, and there's this van out there, and it says fireworks. Okay? And I'm driving along, and this van says fireworks. But there's a sign out front. It's one of those lit signs that you roll in on rollers, you know, and it says, Jesus is Lord, discount fireworks. This is a strange world. Okay? And I go into the waffle shop and have a cup of coffee, and there's a sign up there and it says, and listen to this, shoes and shirts must be worn to be served. Have you thought about that? That's a weird place we live in. You know that? People play games. Some of the darndest games I've ever seen in my life are played in the name of getting at the truth. Don't let me get off on politics. I try not to get off on that. You have to get off to even talk about politics, I think. But, it's a strange place. But it's a wonderful place. It's changed. Our view of man has changed. Have you noticed that? When you were studying history, you were studying philosophy, we used to look upon ourselves from what I call a bird's eye view. You know? We were at least a combination of body, mind, and spirit. At least that. And somewhere along the line, this began to change. And we began to look at ourselves as from what I call a worm's eye view. We were body and mind. And gradually, even the mind's been reduced to brain. This organ that sits up here and fires off chemical neurotransmitters and carries messages and handles all these impulses, this marvelous mechanism, which in my belief is almost totally spiritual, has been reduced to brain. The world changed. Or our view of it changed a lot. Y'all ever get nostalgic? You really? I was talking last night, and y'all heard me. I was talking about that little mill village that I was born in. And I love that place. Everybody on that side of the street was family. Do you understand what I'm saying? We didn't have the same name, but everybody on the side of that street was family. I knew what family was. I knew what extended family was. On this side of me lived Bill Sewell and his brother George and their sister Haffy. Has anybody ever heard the name Haffy on a girl? It's a nice name, Haffy Sewell. That was her name. Lived right next door to us, and their mother was named Lena, and she's a big, heavy-set lady, and talked rather loud. And on the left side of me lived Eula Beard and Q Beard, her husband, who had been off to prison, and had been back and ran the local theater, and he was kind of sinister, but he kept pony, and he gave his son an alligator for his birthday, and And it was John Q, his son, and Mike, their son, and Julie Vaughn, the sister, and on down was Martha Lucas, and on down was Betty Royal, And everybody was family. Bill Sewell, he's a trip. Bill was an explorer, right? Had to explore everything. Bill didn't like to bathe. Every time Lena would try to put Bill in the bathtub, as she turned her head, Bill would escape. Okay? And Bill was a dark-skinned little boy with curly hair, you know, this pretty little old boy. Had the prettiest little ass you ever saw. He did, because every time his mother would escape and his mom would come out on the porch, Big Lena, Tommy, he's loose again. And there goes that ass down the street. Bill's running down to Clay Hill where we all played. This big pile of clay is what it was. And I had to go catch Bill Sewell and bring him home so he could get his bath. You know? And there was the neighborhood pony, Beauty. Sweet, gentle old pony. All of us rode Beauty. It was Beauty that I decided after seeing Lash LaRue one Saturday I was going to leap on a horse. Any of you guys ever leap on a horse from the top of the garage? I never did it but once. I knew then that Lash LaRue had a stunt man. Either that or he had no testicles. I didn't know which, but I never leapt on a horse again. But you got to try everything once. My mother would spank Bill Sewell when he did something. Eula Beard would correct me when I did something wrong. And if she was wrong, she and my mama would fight. You know what I mean? Do you know I miss that? I do. I remember old man Lucas. He had a wooden wheelbarrow. Some of y'all probably never saw a wooden wheelbarrow, handmade, right? Old metal wheel, wire wheel up front of it. And old man Lucas had come by the house, and he's on the way to the hog pen. You know, we had a hog pen down there in Irwood and back down by the creek. And Mr. Lucas would stop out in front of the house, and he would holler, and I'd come out and jump in the wheelbarrow with the hog slop. You know, he had his buckets of hog slop, and he'd ride me down. He'd talk to me all the way down to the hog pen. And he'd slop the hogs. That's what they called it. And I'd go over to the creek and catch crawdads and think. Y'all, I miss that. I work at a place now. It's a gorgeous place up in the mountains in Asheville, North Carolina. And it was built as a luxury hotel, you know, for the very rich back at the turn of the century. And it's now a hospital, and they got an alcohol and drug treatment center in it. It's just one of those just really pretty buildings, you know, old and pretty, nice design, architecture, good. And they had an elevator in it that was as old as the building, I believe. Didn't work very well. And one of those with the old handle on it, you know, that you push to go up and down, had the cutest little old lady named Joe that ran that elevator. And Joe always tell me about her children, her grandchildren. Every time I get on the elevator, she told me about them 100 times. I always had pictures to show me of her grandchildren. I liked Joe. And her husband's named Fred, and he's a little shorter than her, you know, with a brush haircut. Little man with a brush haircut. Used to love rubbing my hand across his head. And his back was always hurting. Was Fred, you know. And I loved to hear him complain about his back. Y'all know people like that? You hear the same thing out of them, but these people have got character. And that elevator had character. And they got rid of it. Reason? It was old. We do the same thing in our society, don't we? We get rid of old things. Cars, people. They replaced it with a sterile stainless steel box that beeps in between floors. You know what I mean? You get on the thing and it goes beep. And you get up to your floor and it goes beep. I don't know if any elevator salesman here. It's probably a perfectly good elevator, but it's broken down a lot. And it's missing two things, Fred and Joe. And character. I ride down the road sometime. Am I weird? I think these beautiful dead trees, you know, like this. God, it's got character. Me and Lisa along, I say, look at that one. You know, I get chill bumps when I see these things. And these huge, and Charlotte's got a lot of big old oak trees in it. Hundreds of years old, you know. You know, them suckers got roots probably that reach from here to the back of this auditorium. God, they're gorgeous. They got character. We still got some roads in North Carolina got character, go just like this. You know? They were made to fit the countryside. You remember that? We went around the mountains. I came down here on the interstate. Interstates are sterile. They bore me. It's fun. You get there fast. And fast is premium quality, isn't it? But I don't find any character on the interstate except when I see a dead tree. Do you? I had a doctor in that Mill Village. I'm going to give away my age here, you know. Dr. Parker. He knew every part of my body. Knew every part of my mama's body. He delivered me. My daddy, he probably knew half of the town's bodies. When I broke my arm, he put a cast on it, and he let me come see him every day if I wanted to, just so I could be proud of my cast, you know. And I had a dentist down there, Dr. Woodall, and I'd go to him and loved to go to the dentist when I was a kid. Hate to go now, loved to go then. He made plaster of Paris 7 dwarf figures for you when you went to him. And they were hand-painted, y'all. Hand-painted figures. Man, I had Snow White, Grumpy. I had all the 7 dwarfs. Beautiful man. He's grinning all the time, you know, and he was happy. And he gave me these things when I went to him. I like that man. I have a good doctor now. His name's Tom. He's a good doctor. He's a family practitioner. They're beginning to come back, you know. But Tom doesn't treat all the parts of my bodies. You know, he sends me to somebody else. You know, you got a stomach problem, you go to a gastroenterologist. Isn't that what they call them? What a name. You know. You got a headache problem, migraines or something, go to a neurologist. You need front end alignment? You ladies, go to your gynecologist. Rear end? Proctologist. Love it. Love that term. Proctologist. One of the co-founders of AA was a proctologist. You know that? Dr. Bob was a proctologist. Old timers tell me he had fingers that long. That's right. They do. They say he point that long finger. What do you mean that long finger? He's a proctologist. He was. Great big old fingers on the sucker. Long and wire, you know. And I love Tom. He's really a fine doctor. But I go to all these doctors, and it's like I'm a sum of many parts, but nobody knows what the total is. You ever get that feeling? And nobody really knows what the other one's doing. Sometimes you have to ask one of these docs, well, I'm taking this medication and this medication. Will this conflict with you? You have to ask them. I miss Dr. Parker. As quality medicine goes, as we know it today, you know, probably he wasn't even a very good doctor, but he was. And one thing Dr. Parker had was character. If he didn't have anything else, he had character. And I miss it. I like jazz. Anybody like jazz? Now, I'm going to make some of you jazz fans probably a little irritated here by what I say, but I'm going to say it anyway. I was raised on Miles Davis and Jerry Mulligan and Charlie Mingus, Dave Brubeck. Some of you never heard of that if you don't know jazz, but these are good mainstream jazz musicians. Okay? Charlie Parker, Thelonious Monk. I love that. My wife's got a teddy bear named Thelonious Monk. I named him. And I listen to a PBS station when I'm traveling because that's the only place you can get jazz now. And they come in on top of Miles Davis with this, what they call contemporary jazz. Any of y'all like that? I guess it's okay. But to me, it's not spontaneous. And there's no improvisation. And it's all electronic. And it bores me. And it's redundant. It's gibberish. And I keep bitching about it. I can't use any other term. And Lisa says, write the people a letter. I haven't written them a letter. Maybe I just like to bitch about it. But this jazz had character. Had character. Love it when they take off on a theme and everybody goes in their own direction, but somehow they get back home. I love that. I love that in any kind of music. I love gospel music. My daddy's families were gospel singers. I sang gospel music when I was drunk. That's right, on the radio. And in person, drunk. A lot of gospel singers are drunk. That surprise you? Shouldn't. My Uncle Johnny never had a music lesson in his life. One of those that was automatic. You know, when he sat down at the piano one day and boom, 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 there it came. He played gospel piano. Have you ever heard a real good gospel piano player? Like Ray Charles? Huh? Play the old 12-bar gospel. You ever hear that? My Uncle Johnny can fly. Beautiful. Sing that gospel music, you know. And used to, when they sang gospel music, it was just a piano player. Man, now they got a drummer, an electronic bass, electronic guitar, electronic, you know. I miss it. I don't know if y'all miss it or not. Maybe you don't. And I think about it some. I guess I think about it a good deal. That's just nostalgia, isn't it? Yeah, because it is. But no, because I think it points to a deeper longing in me that was there long before Dr. Parker disappeared and the elevator disappeared and Fred and Joe disappeared. I think this nostalgia points to a deeper longing in me. I've always wanted to go somewhere. I've always felt like I was missing something. I've been searching for something since I got on the face of this earth, and I didn't know what it was. How many of you can identify with that? This sense, man, down here, something is missing. I'm serious about that. And I long for it. You know, this has been talked about for ages. Carl Jung talked about it. When he was talking about alcoholics, in a letter to Bill Wilson, Carl Jung said, "To me, the alcoholic's craving for alcohol is the equivalent on a low level of the natural thirst of our being for wholeness." We thirsty for something. The very word alcoholic, dipsomaniac, means real thirsty. I'm thirsty for something. Something's missing. Whatever it is, I'm thirsty for it. I'm hungry for it. Psalmist talked about it. Different way. He said, as the deer longs for those clear streams of water, so longs my soul for you, O God. Remember that one? That's pretty. Augustine. You've made us for yourself, dear Lord, and our souls are restless till they rest in you. Restlessness, thirst, longing. Our world's full of it. It's in our music, it's in our art. This going after something that is missing. Another way it was spoken of is in a country and western song, which is a classic. Y'all any country and western fans out there? You know the song, what is it, Detroit City? Old boy says, the home folks think I'm big in Detroit City. From the letters that I write, they think I'm fine. By day I make the cars, at night I make the bars. If only they could read between the lines. I want to go home. I want to go home, he said. Lord, how I want to go home. Don't we all? Have you thought about that? One of my daddy's favorite songs was, I'm just a poor wayfaring stranger traveling through this world of woe. When I was singing that gospel music, you know, some glad morning when this life is o'er, I'll fly away. Yeah. In the Baptist church we sing, coming home. Coming home. Story after story about coming home. I want to go home. I miss home. Wherever home is, I want to go back there. Something is missing. I'm searching for something. I want to go home is, to me, a metaphor for spirituality. That's what it is. The longing, the thirst, the restlessness. As Dr. Silkworth said about us, Duke, in the front of our book, Alcoholics Anonymous, alcoholic is restless, irritable, and discontented unless he can once again experience the ease and comfort which come from drinking or taking a few drinks. Spirituality, very simple thing. Desire to go home. Basic motivating force in every human being, I believe, is desire to go home. That's the term I'm going to use for it, or that's the terminology, or the way that we're going to look at it, is that spirituality is that desire to go home. And it's real simple. But we've been awful confused about it. Have you noticed that? Why are we so confused about spirituality? Why are there so many problems with it? I think one reason is that for so long, science has looked upon the spiritual as unreal, pipe dream, fantasy. If you can't measure it, it doesn't exist. If it doesn't fit into natural law, forget it. It's not worth studying. It's ethereal, it's otherworldly. Let religion have it. Now, ironically, it's not so much this way anymore. A friend of mine says if you hear a subatomic physicist talking nowadays, he sounds like a theologian. And if you hear a theologian talking, he sounds like a physicist. They're coming so close together. They're talking about invisible particles. They're talking about energy. They're talking about a force. They're talking about creation being a big bang. I don't know what that means, but they're talking about it. They're coming in contact with things like near-death experiences. They're coming face to face with real and bona fide now, faith healing and the role of faith in healing. They're coming face to face and using the body's internal healing power through meditation, guided imagery, and things like this. People are getting healed, getting relief from pain. No medication. It's coming. We're confused about it too, I think, because of religion. Excuse me, y'all. Organized religion. Okay? I believe you can take anything good and organize it until it's dead. Let religion have it. Let them have spirituality. Let them deal with it. And what do? They surround it with ceremony and dogma and ritual and argument after argument after argument after argument. They take something which is very simple, basic, fundamental to every human being and organize it until it's almost dead. I mean, spiritual belongs to religion, doesn't it? You sit down and talk to an alcoholic or an addict or a person who's having living problems, and you ask them about their spiritual life, and they talk about church. There may be no connection, or a very tenuous one. You know, I do a lot of talking around the country at conferences and things in the field of alcoholism and drug addiction. And they've just begun to have sections on spirituality. They're actually having these. Do you know that? They're talking about spirituality. Never did before. Not the professionals. They talked about transference and countertransference and personality theory, but they didn't talk about this. But guess who's talking about it? Father so-and-so, sister so-and-so. Anybody that talks about spirituality has to have the collar on backwards. Religion owns spirituality, do they not? It would seem so. I don't believe that. But it's confusing. We are indoctrinated in this society into certain religious beliefs. These may be good religious beliefs. They may not be. People are seeking shortcuts to home. Do you understand what I'm saying? And electronic evangelism is offering just that. You want to go home? No effort. No effort at all. We'll get you there. And by the way, my way is the only way. Don't listen to that other sucker. He'll tell you wrong. And these are some very convincing people, these electronic evangelists. Huh? Some of them are gifted people. They are gifted people, charismatic people. They really are. Swaggart? Huh? He is a hell of a preacher. Schuler? Him old Jim Baker. They shake and move you. And they offer you a shortcut to where it is you always wanted to go. And they tell you how to get there. And spirituality is natural. And simple. And it belongs to all of us. And it's not unreal. And it's very easy to understand. Let me draw you a little diagram up here. We get confused about this too. Every one of us here knows in our heart at some place that the spiritual way of life has something to do, and I'm going to use the term, with a relationship with a higher power. Okay? Every one of us knows that, don't we? But listen to what the spiritual teachers said. When we talk about spirituality, we talk about getting right with God, getting closer to God, improving our contact with God, etc., etc., etc. Spiritual teachers said this is vital. It's absolutely life-giving, this relationship with a higher power. But there are conditions for having it. One of those conditions, said one of the spiritual teachers who I know best, because I told you last night I was raised as a Baptist. I have a terminal case of baptism, but at least I admire and respect this guy even from a non-Baptist point of view. Man had something going for him. Right? Now, this tickles me. It doesn't tickle me. It makes me angry. Organized religion has taken this man too, and turned him into something he's not. You ever go to your church and see a picture of Jesus? Perfectly coiffed hair. Huh? I mean, that beard is cut just right. Fingernails are clean. You ever notice that? Clean old clothes man on him. Usually royal robes or clean white kind of stuff. The man was a carpenter. You know that? The man lived in the days before deodorant. The man's hands were roughed. His fingernails were dirty. There were no unisex beauty shops to go to and get your hair cut. And he couldn't afford it anyway. Didn't even have a place to stay. And on top of that, he was a troublemaker. He was. There's a whole song written about him. He's a troublemaker, I could tell the moment that I saw him, he was nothing but the troublemaking kind, huh? His hair was much too long, and his motley group of friends had nothing but rebellion on their mind. He rejected the establishment completely. I know for sure he never held a job. He just went from town to town stirring up the young folks till they were nothing but a disrespectful mob. I know for sure he never joined the army. Served his country as we all have done. He'd rather wear his sandals and his flowers, while others fought the wars that must be won. They arrested him last week and found him guilty. And sentenced him to die, but that's no great loss. And Friday they'll take him to a place called Calvary and nail that troublemaker to the cross. And Chris Christopherson, Jesus was a Capricorn. He ate organic foods. He believed in love and peace and never wore no shoes. long hair, beard, and sandals, and a funky bunch of friends. Reckon we'll have to nail him up if he comes down again. Come on, y'all. We're not talking about a wimp. You understand what I'm saying? But he's been organized to death. And the man said, "You going to church to worship God? You remember you have anything against your brother or sister, you had better go straighten out with your brother or sister first." Did he not say that? We miss that, don't we? "This new commandment," he said, "I give you. Love God with all your heart, soul, body, and mind," I think it was, "and your neighbor as yourself." Did he not say that? He really ticked people off. You know that? He really ticked people off. And he ticked off these people who were involved with what? Organized religion. That's who he ticked off. He loved it. He just pick at them. You think you got something, you know? Huh? You know? You ain't got nothing. You have missed the boat, baby. They didn't like that. Then he popped this one on them one day. You know, how you going to love God you can't see? If you can't get along with your brother and sister, they stand right there in front of you. First he said, learn how to get along with your brother and sister. Y'all remember this from Sunday school? It began to come back to me when I realized that I didn't have a single good human relationship on the face of this earth. I didn't have a single relationship that either I didn't dominate the other person or depend on the other person. I had to control every single relationship. I didn't know how to be a friend. I didn't know how to love you. I didn't know how to let you love me. That was the hardest part. And so the spiritual teachers said, all of them, check me out, the horizontal relationship here too, between you and me. And they implied or said, when this one's going right, you don't have to go looking for this one. It happens. You ever had the experience? I've had the experience with a flower. You know? And the flowers, do you? Have you ever done that? I've had the experience with a piece of music. I've had the experience with my kids. I've had the experience with Lisa. I've had the experience with friends in AA. You know? Everything's just right horizontally, and all of a sudden, whoo. And they said when everything's right horizontally, this one comes, and right here in this intersection is what you've always been looking for. That's home. I never think the spiritual had anything to do with relationships. It has everything to do with the relationships. And when I understood that, I began to understand why the word "we" is used more often than any other word in the book Alcoholics Anonymous. We. That's magic. That's help. That's healing. That's spiritual. And I is the basic word of separation, you see. That's illness. And I began to understand that. And I think that I understand it a little better as I go along. And as my relationships with others improve, guess what? My relationship with the higher power improves. Seems like the more familiar and loving I am on a horizontal level, Patty, the easier it becomes to believe that even God loves me. How about that one? And that's neat, man. Oh, it's beyond neat. It's way up there somewhere. So we're really confused about spirituality. And I want to bring it down to you and maybe get you thinking, like I said earlier, about just how simple this thing really is. Okay? Another thing that we have problems with, we know we want to go home. How many of you can hear what I'm saying when I say you want to go home? This basic drive in every human being, this thirst for wholeness, Young called it, or union with God. It's a mover, man. I believe everything comes out of it. Okay? We don't know where home is, and we don't know what it is, and we don't know how to get there. You know? And we don't even know why we want to get there. I love Chris Christopherson. I think he's one of the great poets of this century. I really do. He can't sing a lick. He tickles me when he tries to sing. You ever heard Chris try to sing? But he writes it, you know, and he writes it from some place, and it comes out true to me. He just hits me that way. Maybe you have people who do that for you. Yeah. And that song he wrote once about me and about you. See him wasted on the sidewalk in his jacket and his jeans, wearing yesterday's misfortunes like a smile. Once he had a future full of money, love, and dreams, which he spent like they were going out of style. And he keeps right on a-changing for the better or the worse, searching for a shrine he's never found. Never knowing if believing is a blessing or a curse, if the going up is worth the coming down. You remember that one? He's tasted good and evil in your bedrooms and your bars, and he's traded in tomorrow for today. Running from his devils, Lord, and reaching for the stars, and losing all he loved along the way. But if the world keeps right on changing, for the better or the worse, and all he ever gets is older and around, from the rocking of the cradle to the rolling of the hearse, the going up was worth the coming down. He's a poet. He's a picker. He's a prophet. He's a pusher. He's a pilgrim and a preacher and a problem when he's stoned. He's a walking contradiction, partly truth and partly fiction, taking every wrong direction on his lonely way back home. There it is again. I love black gospel music. It gives me chill bumps when I hear it. You know what I mean? It's absolutely stock full of this whole idea of I want to go home. Classic. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming for to carry me home. Sometimes I feel like a motherless child, long way from home. We hear it over and over and over and over again. I think this home that I was always looking for is really a state of being. A state of being positively related to you, me, and God. I think that's where it is, at least for me. Why do we want to go home in the first place? Can anybody tell me that? We're not satisfied with where we are? Huh? Instinct? Yeah? At any rate, I think we feel incomplete. There's something missing. Every human being, you know, and they have beautiful long phrases for this feeling of incomplete, this void, you know, this emptiness that you feel inside. It's an existential vacuum. Don't you love that? Huh? It's the distance from where you are to where you want to be. And there arises a need, you know, to fill that vacuum. And they call that existential despair. Is that what it is? I love this terminology. I have to learn it and practice it so I can wow people with it, you know, and that'd be important. But why do we feel incomplete? Are we? I think so. Mythology gives us a clue to it, you know, why we feel incomplete. Mythology says when we got here, each of us was a complete, total, going concern in and of himself or herself. You know that? We were it. And the gods got worried about it, says mythology, and said if we leave them like that, total and complete, they're going to be like us. We better change that situation. And they did. They cut us right in half. You remember your creation stories? All creation stories, that split occurs. And we become separate, incomplete. Incomplete. And so Carl Jung talks about this thirst to be whole again, to be complete again, to be all together again as spirituality. Getting it back together. I felt incomplete. You've heard me describe it before as I felt like I had a big hole in the middle of me with the wind blowing through it. And it hurt. I felt it severely. Everyone, I think, knows about their incompleteness, or at least feels that they're somehow incomplete, but it doesn't seem to bother some people. You ever notice that? Or they find some quick and easy answer to it, you know? That's what we call civilians or normsies, you know. I don't understand these people. They're too healthy for me. I never understood that kind of thing. Some of us, though, feel this need severely and deeply. We're really sensitive to it. What one psychiatrist calls stimulus augmenters. We feel this emptiness, this incompleteness, and this despair more intensely. And we're grasping. We really are thirsty for a way out of this whole deal, you know. And so we take detours. We don't take the path back home. We take detours. We detour with chemicals. We detour with sex. We detour with food. We detour with work. We detour with all kinds of things. And what makes these things so valuable? Every one of them, I submit to you, for some of us, make us feel like we're all in one piece. They create the illusion that I'm home. Alcoholics. When you were just right with the alcohol, and you feel like you were there, everything's fine with God and man. Ain't got an enemy in the world. Ain't that what we said? Get along with anybody. Sing songs. Put our arms around people we can't stand. Huh? Go to places you wouldn't be caught dead in. Have a good time. Whole world's falling down around you. Take your needle. Shoot it. The world rebuilds itself. It's astounding. Huh? Want another detour? Fall in love. You know, there's an old lady up in Charlotte. She's a mean old lady. Been sober too long, I guess. Says alcoholics don't fall in love. They come in heat. I said, that's a nasty thing to say. She's right. As one who's been in heat many times, let me tell you. It seems to be complete, doesn't it? Romance is powerful, y'all. Powerful drug. Huh? And when everything goes just right on that job, huh? Here's the illusion. It's all right now. It's wonderful. It's all together. Alcohol, the effect of it leaves, doesn't it? The effect of drugs leaves. We fall out of love quick as we fall in. You ever notice that about us? Can anybody identify with that? You don't have to be a sex addict to fall in and out of love. All you got to be is a human being who's very sensitive to the fact that he ain't home and wants to go there real bad. Because every addiction on the face of this earth, in my opinion, begins in that void. Every one of them. And the void is spiritual, isn't it? And so the genesis, I'm saying to you, of every addiction, alcoholism, sex, any of them, is a spiritual kind of thing. It comes out of a spiritual emptiness, a desire to go home, Patty. I'll swear. And we get off one detour and get on another one. In the book Alcoholics Anonymous says, we sought an easier, softer way. Boy, ain't that the truth. You know? We get into AA, you know, and get a little dry behind the ears and fall in love. Right? Then we fall out of love, right? And we figure we can smoke a little pot on the side because it don't say nothing about pot in the big book, right? Taking every wrong direction on our lonely way back home. And then finally, it dawns on us. You want to get home, you have to get on a path that is designed to take you home. And if you're going to walk that path, you cannot walk that path and detour at the same time. You're going to be out there looking for a short, swift answer with your sexual life. You cannot practice the 12-step program. Do you hear me? You're going to be out there smoking dope. You cannot practice the 12-step program. You're going to be addicted to work. you cannot practice the 12-step program. You still ain't happy and you wonder why. I'm in AA, are you? No, you got to get on the path. And either you're on the path or you aren't. I believe that. I didn't want to believe that. Some of those detours were pleasant. I lost sight of the fact every one of them was deadly. You got to get on the path. And stay there. You used to hear these old timers and they talk about, say bad things about sex. You know what I mean? Tell the boys, you know, that under every skirt is a slip. No he-in and she-in. I thought, well, hell, he's so old he's forgot what it's like anyway. No, he didn't. And they'd follow that with first things first. And it didn't match. You know, they went right by one another in my head till I began to understand what they meant, you know? Priorities, 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 priorities. What are your values? Where are your values? Have you learned any patience? Can you wait? Are you still going to have that alcoholic mentality that says, I've got to feel good every minute of every day, and every second of every minute, and if I don't feel good, it's not working? I've never met an addictive person that wasn't very impatient, by the way, y'all, including me. We want it now. Pleasure. Not purpose, pleasure. And then we begin to realize that maybe the pleasure comes from the purpose. If we get on the path and we walk the path and we do a little good for somebody and learn how to love somebody, really love somebody, a little pleasure comes along. That is not the central thing. That's a bonus. What kind of path? It's going to take us home. And why don't all of them take us there? You know, I wondered about that. There are a lot of wonderful paths. Some of y'all heard me talk about them before. You know, the Ten Commandments, you know, that's a very stern, but if you follow those principles, you're going to get home. A Sermon on the Mount, or the Sermon on the Plain in the New Testament and in the Bible, those are paths that lead to home. This place that the spiritual teachers call this home heaven. That was their term. Or utopia. Or nirvana, you know. One Indian guy one day when I was talking said, don't forget happy hunting grounds. There's a wonderful one, okay? This is that goal that we're talking about. And there's some good ones to get there. There's some good psychologists. You know that? Some wonderful psychologists who worked out some pretty good systems, which are really paths that are designed to take you home, although I don't know if any of them would admit it. Abe Maslow probably would, and Carl Rogers probably would. Okay? But there's some good psychological systems. There's some good religious systems. In other words, there are many paths that we can take that lead us home. Any of you ever had this experience? You get on one of those paths. Were any of y'all compulsive church goers? In between every two drunks? I was very compulsive about going to church and getting right with God. That's Baptist, okay, to the core. I tried that path very, very hard. I didn't play at that path. I really worked at that path. I put myself down for years on that. I seriously studied the Bible. I seriously studied the Christian path. I tried my best to walk that path because I knew it led where I wanted to go. And it did not work for me. I got on one of the psychological paths. I worked hard with a good doctor. And I knew that path was supposed to lead me home, and I tried, and it did not take me there. Why? You ever wonder that? Why won't psychiatry work for me? Why won't religion work for me? They seem to work for some people. Why not me? I think it has to do with which path you take depends upon where it is you're starting from. I had never thought of that. Which path you take and which one works depends on where you're starting from. I really believe that. Now, if you're starting from a neurosis, okay, or a psychosis or something like that, psychological path's going to take you home or in the direction of it. There's some good ones. And if your problem is deeply religious, one of those religious paths will take you home. The Eightfold Middle Path of Buddha, the way of Tao, they'll take you home. But if you're an alcoholic or an addict or an addictive person of any kind, your starting point is from addiction, not schizophrenia, not neurosis of the common variety. And you ain't got a religious problem per se. You're an addict. And so you start in on that 12-step path. Now I'll tell you what, lo and behold, I have found out, and you're going to discover this if you stay clean and sober, okay? Do you know that all those paths converge? At a certain point, every good path converges with every other good path. There are certain principles that are common to every one of those paths, and I didn't know that until I got on the path of sobriety and spiritual growth and began to grow back, okay? From way out yonder somewhere to where I was supposed to be in the first place, growing down. And lo and behold, here comes people I can understand walking a different path. And here come people I can understand walking a different path. And the first thing you know, we're on different paths, but we're on the same path. And it's all coming together. It's almost like coming home. 12-step path works real good for addiction. It works better, I will not hesitate to say that, than anything else to ever come around. At some point on the path, some AA members will probably kill me for this, but at some point on the path it may be necessary for you to parallel your path with a psychological path. It may be necessary for you to parallel your path, with a religious path. And that is your business. Okay? Just keep in mind where it is you're going. Home. Where is that? A place of relationships. With who? With others and with God. I used to hear preachers talk about, in Him we live and move and have our being. Did you ever hear them say that? It's a wonderful statement, isn't it? I never understood that statement. I didn't. It just sounded wonderful. I hear wonderful things. A lot of times they don't make no sense to me, and all of a sudden the light goes on, I believe the reverse of that is true. Story told by Chuck C. out in California once, I never will forget. He told me these 3 little fishes living in the ocean, Pacific. So these 3 little fishes swimming around one day playing, so a big fish came swimming by and said, "Hi, y'all." They said, "Hey." He said, "Isn't it a nice day?" They said, "Yeah, it's a nice day." He said, "Well, isn't the water nice?" And he swam off. First little fish turned to the second one and says, "What's water?" He said, "I don't know." He turned to the third one and says, "You know what water is?" He said, "No, I don't know either." And he said these 3 little fishes swam around the Pacific Ocean for the rest of their life, searching for that in which they lived and moved and had their being. And we're told God's closer to us than the next breath, and we say, "How can that be?" And we're told the kingdom of heaven's right in the middle of you, and we say, "How can that be?" And we go looking for it like we're looking for Easter eggs. That's natural. But we're taught by the spiritual teachers you have to seek in a different way. What you've been seeking externally, you must seek inside. That is where it is. You are the answer to what you're looking for. So I'm nuts, I guess. I believe each of us that God lives and moves and has His being in us. I believe that. That we are expressions of God. I really believe that. Do you realize that when you can accept that and look at that and even begin to think about that, how the question of purpose kind of comes real clear for you? You are here and I am here to express God. And so is every created thing. And I believe that. And that's heavy, isn't it? And we think, oh, bummer, got to express God, you know? Well, if you think about it that way, it's a bummer. But I believe laughing at myself and getting out there and cutting the fool and being happy and joyous and free and being serious and hugging some necks and kissing a few people and just plain old doing the best I can do today is what I'm supposed to do. And when I'm doing that, I'm okay. With who? With you, with me, and with God. I'm home. Now, I don't know when, you get home to stay. Seems like I've visited it many times. Y'all know what I mean? I've visited it many times. And I just wonder, when am I going to get there to stay? I don't know. I really don't. But I do know that if I'm going to take this new path, I've got to get off the old. What that means to me is I've got to die, if you will, to the old path and to the old self. And I've got to take that new path. It's got to be closed. Do you understand what I'm saying? And I've got to begin a process of growth, which we call in addiction recovery. And recovery, to me, is a movement back home. It's a progressive series of steps. It takes us right back where we started. Right back to the bosom of the Almighty. Am I getting too religious for you? Sorry about that. Until we reach a point where we have what's called a spiritual awakening, which is like, good Lord, I am His kid. It's wonderful. It is absolutely wonderful. Good God, I am. Even me. Terrible me. Classic story. Let me share it with you. About going home. Now, if I were a woman, I'd read the Bible and I'd even read the big book and I'd say, them people chauvinistic here. But you got to remember when these things were written, okay? And there's a classic story about going home, which pretty well says the way it is, okay? And all of you are familiar with it. It's called the story of the prodigal son. You remember that story? You want to hear the revised Brady version of the prodigal son? It's a wonderful story. Not from a religious point of view, from a coming home point of view, from a spiritual point of view. Now listen to this. This kid, evidently his father's rich. And so he goes to his father one day and he says, I would like to have what is coming to me. I want to be a man. I want to run my own life. I want to get out of here off the home spread and go out and try my wings. You see? I remember one night I told my daddy, give me what is mine. I was going to be the prodigal son. I want to get out of here. And Daddy looked at me and says, you wearing what is yours. My daddy said that. That sweet man said that. You wearing what's yours. Got to notice a lot of things as this story goes along that I didn't notice before. The father did not argue with the kid. Not one word. Oh, I don't want you to go. Oh, stay home with me. Oh, Respect. It's almost equivalent with godly love. Respect. He says, here. Probably said, good luck. I love you. Kid goes off. And he detours. You understand? Into a far country. You ever been there? Said he wasted his substance in riotous living. He blew his wad, y'all. He's broke. Probably hung over. Pusher wouldn't speak to him. Bootlegger didn't want to see him, you know. Because it said there came a great famine in the land. Oh, Lord, I ain't got no booze. Great famine in the land, and no man gave unto him. You ever been there? And he says, I'm hungry. I'm thirsty. I got the shakes real bad. I got to get some wherewithal to take care of myself. So like you and me, he got a job. I used to get jobs just keep temporary, long enough to get one paycheck so I could get drunk and then I'd disappear. I went to work for Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company one day. Worked about 2 weeks with them. Went out to lunch one day and the man didn't see me again for 10 years. It's God's truth. And then I was sober. He said, I always wanted to ask you, where'd you go that day? I could have said on a long journey into a far country, you know. And this kid, and we forget this, you know, we Gentiles forget this. This is a Jewish kid they're talking about. He got him a job. You remember what his job was? Jewish boy tending hogs. And Jews and pigs don't go together. Except one, my friend Manny Berger. He's dead now. He used to live up in Columbia. One of the finest AA members ever walked on 2 feet. And every time I was down there, Manny wanted to talk to me. You know, I was about the only one he'd talk to. And he'd say, come on over to the house and we'll give you a kosher ham sandwich while we talk. Got a job tending hogs, right? He's working, but he hadn't got his first check. Evidently, it was one of those jobs where they withheld your first week's pay. I hated them. And he's still hungry. And I love the Middle English language. You know, it says he fain would eat the husk that the swine did eat. I know what they're talking about. They're talking about pig slop. The boy going to eat pig slop. And he's a Jew, and he's tending hogs. Are you ready for that? The shit done hit the fan. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, that's like hitting bottom, isn't it? Wonderful thing. Says he came to himself. You ever think about that in terms of the second step? He came to himself. Now think about the second step. And he said, self, you're in the hog pen. It's all gone. Now he says, Daddy's got the big spread back there. And he says, and listen, I'm not fit to be his kid anymore. But maybe he'll let me work as a servant, because the servant's got plenty to eat and wear and a place to sleep. So he heads on back with his tail between his legs, you know, because he's no damn good. Well, we put off on God a lot of stuff. You know, I put off my judgment on me, on God. You ever notice how closely your self-concept relates to your God concept? If you haven't, please do. If you think you are rotten, you're going to have a punishing God. There is no other way. If you think you need judgment, you're going to have a judge for a God. And this boy went home saying, I ain't worthy of being his son. What was he looking for when he got there? What was he expecting? An angry father, right? Story says when he was a long way off, father saw him. Sound like a judge? Sound like he's mad at the boy? Just waiting to get him? No. And went running out. He saw him. When he's a long way off, went running out, hugged his neck, kissed him. Kid's probably standing there mumbling, saying, I ain't worth being your boy anymore. You know, I ain't worth being your boy anymore. Punish me, punish me, punish me. Boy, we do a number on ourselves. And the father's kissing on him. Put a ring around his finger. Symbol of God's love. No beginning, no end. And God's love says, whatever you do, I love you. Nothing you can do is going to change that. Ever. Said, I missed you. Glad you're back. Brother came running up and says, what are you making a fuss about this boy for? He'd been out there and blown his wads, you know. He's a bad boy. Father says, in effect, hush, I don't want to hear that. Said, go on back there where we keep the fatted calf. I think they called him. That's USDA choice, y'all. That's the one for the cookout. Said, go back out there and kill the fatted calf. We're going to have a party. Your brother was dead and he's alive again. I'm happy. And that's the journey. We go out. And the Father waits. We go out and we try our wings, you know. And we take some detours. And we end up in our personal pig pen. And we're hungry and we're sick and we're tired. And we're shaky. And we head on in saying to ourselves, I'm not worth 2 cents. And on the journey, on the path, we grow more and more and more back towards being a child of the Father. Until we get home, the Father says, you're still the child. You're still it. Growing down. Coming back. I don't care how you put it. To what you were in the first place. And then trying to stay on that path. Trying to stay on it. And grow some more. And grow some more. And grow some more. You want to break for a little while? I know the smoker's about to die for a cigarette. It's 10 minutes to, it's about 10 minutes to 12. You want to break for lunch, Duke, Jerry?
I'll leave it up to you, whatever you feel like.
Y'all want to break and get some lunch? Yeah. Do you? Yeah. Okay. How long would you need? About an hour. Be back here at 1 o'clock? Okay. Any questions? Sure? Have I made any of you mad? Nobody? Huh? Okay. See you at 1 o'clock. Remember Meister Eckhart and his statement that the soul grows not by addition but by subtraction. And the whole idea that we're trying to get across here, and I hope you're into the flow of it because it's almost unexplainable, that it really is, spiritual growth really is a process of growing down. I talk to professional groups sometimes, many of whom are not recovered people, and give them a pitch about how abstinence is the essence of recovery. You know, you abstain from whatever drug it is or whatever addiction it is that's got hold of you, but that the quintessence, the pure form of recovery, always and ever is spiritual growth. And that you cannot maintain abstinence without growing spiritually, and you can't grow spiritually without abstaining. And so those things are intimately connected in this growth process, this business of growing down, if you will. And a lot of the growing down has to do with what William James called deflation of the ego. Some people balk when you say deflate ego. That they almost equate that word with annihilate ego, destroy ego. We're talking about, okay, let me put it this way, in Little Red Hen language, which is the way I understand things best, there is in me, there was, and there probably always will be, a little spoiled brat that lives right inside of me, about 8 fingers above my navel, okay? He sits in his high chair, and he beats on it with a spoon. And he says, do it, and do it now, and do it my way, or I will retaliate. Now, we are talking about, in recovery, if you will, turning the brat into a child who is simply sitting in his chair. Not directing things, but living his life calmly and quietly, and allowing those around him to do likewise. So we're talking about getting healthy here. We're not talking about killing the kid. That's a big jump. We're not talking about that. But in a certain sense, the kid dies. The kid dies. Any person who recovers has to sacrifice. And sacrifices are, that's a nice word, I guess, for deaths. You know, there's giving up to do here. And some of the things that accompanied, you know, my addiction, my drinking problem, my inability to abstain, were some of these things were very precious to me. You see? Some of these things were very precious. And you have to die to those things. There is no spiritual growth, I don't believe, without a death. Seems to me for rebirth to occur, you know, there's got to be some demise somewhere. And with most of us, it's like the influence of the spoiled brat is reduced little by little, and the little kid begins to increase more and more. So it's like a balancing kind of a thing, if that makes any sense at all. Okay? A balancing, a bringing down. The word anonymity, do you know the root of that word? Any Greek scholars in here? I hope not. Any Greeks? I use Greek words sometimes. I had a student in the class one day that was a Greek, and she said, "You're wrong," and she had to straighten me out. Anonymous. Anonymity, says the 12th tradition, is the spiritual foundation of all our traditions, ever reminding us to place principles before personalities. Anonymity is the greatest ego deflator on the face of the earth. That's what it's for. It says when we're outside that door out there, we're many different people, many different statuses, if you will, as society has us in, these levels of society, whatever they may be. But when we walk through that door, titles disappear. Educational status disappears. Male and female, even, ideally, disappear. Particular religious beliefs, which we honor among each other, are left outside that door. And we come in here equal. Okay? We come in here equal. Anonymity, okay? Means I'm no better than you. I'm no worse than you. In the truest sense, I am you. What happens to you happens to me. What happens to me happens to you. It is the greatest bonding mechanism on the face of the earth. And we read through those 12 traditions, and we read about anonymity, and many of us consider anonymity like a Band-Aid, you know, a protective covering that you put over a sore called alcoholism or addiction or of some kind. It's not. It's a leveler. It's an ego deflator. If you will take the time someday to look at all of the 12 traditions, please, from an ego deflation standpoint, you're going to see what the 12 traditions are really for. All of those 12 traditions are saying, individual, reduce the ego. Fellowship, keep the ego reduced, or we will destroy one another. It's a very important kind of a process. It really is. So we're trying to take the spoon from the spoiled brat and saying, hey kid, we love you. You know, don't tell us what to do. Settle down a little bit. And the irony of spiritual growth is that only the kid can grow that way. Only the brat can lay down his spoon. I can take it away from him, but he'll pick it up again as soon as he gets a chance. Only the brat can lay down his spoon. Now, each of us in this process of growing down are carrying with us a certain attitude, a certain outlook on life. Did you know there's an addictive outlook? I believe that there is. I sit down with people, one gentleman was mentioned, he was bulimic. I'm alcoholic, but I bet that he and I could sit down and talk in terms of attitudes and outlooks and feelings and values and beliefs, and we're right on. We're right on. I found my detour in alcohol. He found his particular detour in food and in binging on it. Okay? We carry with us a certain outlook. And we don't come in the world with the outlook. Now, we're talking about getting back to where we were to begin with, okay? Through a process of called rebirth, along with regeneration. Being made all over again. That's the process of growing down. Rebirthing, going all over again. Each of us deals with this thing right here. You ever stop and ask yourself, what is reality? It's a wonderful word, isn't it? We use it all the time, don't we? Daily. I love Lily Tomlin's comedy, okay? You know her character, the bag lady? Bag lady shuffling along. She knows what reality is. She turns to the audience and says, reality is a collective hunch. And if they tell me if you get too close to it, you get all stressed out. It upsets you. I like that. A friend of mine who's a marvelous doctor, spiritual doctor out in California. Reality, he says, or we all live according to our own personal myth, he says. And if enough people agree on it, we call it reality. It's Paul Brenner. If you ever get a chance to read any of his stuff, one book he wrote called Life is a Shared Creation, another one that he wrote, Health is a Question of Balance, in which he says mind-boggling things like, isn't it a shame that we never notice we have a thumb until we jam it in the door? He's a nutty doctor. He's brilliant, absolute genius. To hear him talk is a gas, I'll tell you. Okay? And he became anonymous. He was the head of female cancer service at a very large university and got bored with it and started treating people with prayer and meditation. He'll spend a day or 2 or 3 days with one patient. Okay? Somebody tell me what reality is. Anybody? Nobody wants to tell me what reality is. Am I going to have to go home not knowing what reality is? Patty, tell me what reality is.
I'll let it go.
Okay.
Really are, not the way I want to see them.
The way things really are and not the way you want to see them. Yeah. We what? Everybody hear that? You know, back when I was in school, it taught me grammar. They always trained my left brain. Did you notice that? Oh, my left brain really got it. Logic, grammar, arithmetic, all this kind of stuff. Reality is a subject, and is a verb. Remember what kind of verb that is? Small English lesson here. Huh? They call it a linking verb now, don't they? The verb to be. And after a linking verb comes a word that describes the subject. Yeah. Okay? Reality is now. You said you make your own reality. I agree. I fill in this blank. I could go around this room, take a secret poll, write on a piece of paper what reality is. Everybody here would have an opinion about what reality is, and some of them would miss each other by miles. And some of them would come very close together. And if we got into certain aspects of reality, they'd start coming even closer together until we got the addictive view of reality. But just for now, let's say this. Reality is for me what I see it to be. I agree with you. Reality is for me what I see it to be. I behave according to what I see. Don't you? And reality, or my view of it, and my behavior are intimately connected. Example. This is a bad world. I was doing a group up in Asheville, North Carolina. You ever see one of these? There's not one here. I'll make sure before I say it. One of these little old ladies, and they're cute, and they got blue hair. You know how they put that stuff on their hair and they get it all blue and everything. She's the prettiest little thing you ever saw. Absolutely denied she was an addiction. She'd been on an addict. She'd been on Valium for 23 years, right? She could not be addicted to it because it was prescribed by her doctor. Okay, one of those. Bless her heart, I hope she's still alive. And I asked her, what is reality? And her response was, do you really want me to tell you? I said, yes, ma'am, I do. Are you sure? Yes, I do. Are you really sure you want me to tell? I almost had to pull it out. Yes, I want to hear what reality is. She said, okay. Life is a plunger, and we're all pieces of shit. You hear that? That's the way she filled in that blank. What kind of life you think she had, Carol? God, what a bummer. You know? You think your view of reality doesn't affect your behavior? And the lady did. She had a rotten life, and she was depressed a lot, you know? And she was anxious a lot, and Valium was indicated, one of the detours. You see? I make my reality. I live according to what I see. If I see you as friend, my behavior toward you is quite different than if I see you as enemy, etc., etc., etc. And it is I who see you that way. All right? Then this brings up a question. If my behavior is so intimately related to my view of reality, who's responsible for my behavior? That one hurts, doesn't it? Me? That's right. The eminent philosopher Pogo put it very well, folks. I has found the enemy, and he is me. I form my reality. I live according to what I form there. Okay? Now, what does it tell us to? If, suppose, what can I use for reality here? Let's just use this key. Now, what Lisa sees is different than, what's your name? Jerry. Than what Jerry sees. And that's different than what you see in the green cap. What was your name? Bill. It's different than what you see. It's different from what I see. Every one of us in here sees a piece of that reality. Is that not right? Then, what lesson can we learn from this? Reality is point of view. Another lesson. If I want to know more about what really is, I must relate to you. There is simply no way for me to find out about the fullness of life and reality, okay, without you. There's the magic word, we again. But we egomaniacs believe that our point of view is the only right point of view, and we run around trying to convince everybody else that it is because we're so afraid that it isn't. Any of you know any AA fanatics? I was one. I know what they're like. They secretly walk on water. Or try. You see? Any of you know any religious fanatics? Certainly. There are fanatics everywhere. Frightened, egocentric people who are determined that their point of view must be supported by everyone else. Okay? So we need each other. Each of us is responsible for his or her own behavior. And we behave according to what we see reality to be. Are you with me so far? Now, we have widely differing viewpoints on what reality is. And yet many people share a common point of view. I ran around with a bunch of people who shared my view of reality. Did you all not do the same thing? I was admitted to a fraternity in college because ostensibly I shared their point of view. I went to the Baptist church and sat next to old Miss Sims because ostensibly I shared her point of view. I fit. And I ran around with Egghead and Junk and Ducky and that bunch that I ran with, you know. Crazy names we had for each other. It's calling me Sweet Lips beside then instead of Puddinhead, by the way. And I shared that point of view. Now tell me something. You run around with a drinking or drugging crowd. You share that point of view. You go into treatment or you get sober and you stay sober 2 weeks and you go back with that crowd and you drink again and it surprises you. Why should it surprise you? And these old uglies around the programs, they change your playgrounds, change your playmates. Well, they don't like my people. It's not that. It's that if you're going to fit, you're going to have to share that point of view. If you share that point of view, you're going to do again what you was doing before. There's no two ways about it. And boy, people differ in their points of view of reality widely. We differ in this room widely in some respects, okay? Philosophically, there are differences. About psychology, there are differences. About what human beings are and are not, there are wide differences. We know this. But certain people share common views of reality, essentially common views of reality. Did you know that? We talk about certain religious groups, and they share a common view, and certain philosophical groups, and they share a common view. But there are two other groups of people that share a common view of reality that I never thought of until I really got thinking about this. Healthy people and unhealthy people share a common view of reality. Any of you ever understand healthy people? I mentioned this last night. I just never understood healthy people. I didn't know how to be healthy. I had to have someone to teach me who had had to learn from somebody else, who had had to learn from somebody else. Yes, we do need one another. Let's do a little scenario here. The healthy guy. The alarm clock goes off in the morning, and he reaches over and he cuts it off, and he sits up on the side of the bed, and he's not too happy about getting up, and he's still a little heavy-eyed and everything, but he wipes his eye and says, oh, well, time to get up. Wish I could sleep longer, but got to go. And he's up off the bed, man. Goes in the bathroom and passes the mirror and sees his image and says, you're not the prettiest thing in the world, but you're not the ugliest one either. I believe you're enough. Whatever comes up today, I think you can handle it. This is the healthy person talking to himself in the mirror. I never understood that. By this time, he is singing, right? He hadn't been up 10 minutes. He's humming a little tune to himself while he, begins to shave. This is the healthy person. And he's talking to himself, dialoguing, and he says, got to go to the office today, and you got that job to finish, and Sam's trying to, get in your way here. There's always going to be somebody trying to get in your way. Don't let it bother you. Go ahead and do the best you can. It'll be all right. You're going to make mistakes today. It's okay. It's all right. Everybody makes mistakes, he says. You got problems. All of them are not going to be solved by bedtime tonight. But the unsolved ones will not keep you awake. He's humming, singing, shaving, not cutting himself, talking to himself, liking himself. Takes his shower, his dress, he's still humming, he's having a good time. Dresses, goes to the door, his wife comes up, and he says, I love you, baby. See you tonight. Gotta go, He goes out to the bus of life, which is pulled up to the curb, and heads for the passenger section. You know people like that? What kind of day you think he had? I mean, he set himself up pretty good for that day, didn't he? Probably came home, had a good day. Probably sleeps good at night. I never did. How about you? Unhealthy guy. Scenario. Alarm clock goes off. He prays. Oh, shit. That's his prayer. Puts on a snooze alarm. Says, I'll sleep till it goes off. It goes off, and he hits it and prays again, right? I can sleep 15 more minutes, he said. Don't really want to get up, and he oversleeps. Wakes up, realizes he's 30 minutes late already, and he's not even out of bed, and he prays again. You got that prayer? Runs to the bathroom, sees himself in the mirror, and almost gags. You ugly. I don't think you can handle it out there today. You got to go to the office, and you got to do that job, and old Sam doesn't want you to do that job, and he's going to stand in your way every chance you get, and he'll probably defeat you, and you're going to lose your job. Problems, he says. You got these problems. He starts thinking about the problems. He's dialoguing with himself, you know, and he cuts himself, and he prays again. And the problems kind of feed on one another, don't they? Once you let one of them have its run, the other one comes behind it. Before you know it, the man hadn't even peed yet, and he's got 473 problems gone, all of them unsolvable. And he said they're going to run wild today. You can't sleep tonight. You're not going to solve all these problems unless you can find the right solution to every single one of them. It's got to be exactly right. And don't you let anybody know you make mistakes, because you're not supposed to, and they'll get you if you do. Now, he's bleeding, right? And every time he cuts himself, he prays again. He's already prayed 40 or 50 times, too. See, he's not even out of the bathroom. Jerks on his clothes. They don't match. Runs to the door. His wife comes up. He said, "Get out the way. I got to go." Runs out the door to the bus of life, which is pulled up to his curb, and goes dead for the driver's seat. What kind of day you think he had? God, that first part of the morning is so important. Maybe that's the reason the big book Alcoholics Anonymous says, when it's talking about prayer and meditation, upon awakening. Not 10 minutes after, upon awakening, it says. We think about the day ahead. Okay? I don't know about you. I can wait 15, 20 minutes in the morning, and I'll end up not praying and meditating. I got too many problems, and I don't have time. I'm a busy fella, y'all. Too busy to keep an appointment with God. Way too busy. And by noontime, it is flying apart. Any of y'all that way? I know you're not, but you know. Now, where do we get this point of view? Where does it come from? Because we need to understand that. Y'all have seen me draw this old picture of the mind so many times that you're probably sick of seeing it, and it's really not your mind, but it's a pretty good model. Let's draw it here for a minute. And in the middle of the mind is that window that we look out of, and we form opinions about what we see, and we put labels on people and places and things, and that's called perception. And my perception of things is the way I see things to be, roughly. All right? Now, when I came into this world, I don't believe I had any opinions. Did you? I don't think little babies have any opinions. I don't think they put labels on anything. I think a little baby lives in a magic world, y'all. It's the world called we. The window that he looks out of, the perceptive window, it's clear. As a matter of fact, if he moves, something else moves. If he makes a sound, something responds. It's like everything's him, and he is everything. He's real close, you know? He begins to get out of bed at an early age. Oh, and I got to say this. Ever notice a baby in his crib or her crib? They're always seeking to relate to something or somebody. Don't care what it is. A kid can sit in the crib and play with a leaf for hours. I believe they totally absorb that leaf. They know everything there is to know about that leaf. Not intellectually, but in the deeper knowing sense. They don't even know it's a leaf. They just love it, feel it, play around with it, absorb it. But eventually they get out of that crib, you know. And they go crawling across the floor. And maybe this thing here is sitting on the floor. And he crawls into that thing, and he hits his head, and he gets this strange sensation going down right here, right? Up until now, everything has moved when he moved. That didn't move. And furthermore, he's got this strange sensation down the back of his head over here. Watch a baby. Generally, the baby will back off and hit it again. You ever watch a kid? Kids are a trip, man. They will back off and they hit that thing again. They are determined. It's going to move. Everything's moved up to now. That's going to move. And it doesn't move. Now, if you want to know if that baby's going to be an addict of some kind, that's the baby that backs off and hits it 7 times trying to move it. And it won't move. And he hears a voice, and the voice says, honey, don't hit your head on the table. It will hurt. It's a table. This sensation is called hurt. I don't like that. Scenario now. Go with me. And he looks at himself and he says, God, you're small. You're so limited. You're not that table. You're not that big thing over there that made that noise that said something about hurt either. And I believe fear sets in real early. He has recognized his separateness. And he begins to say a new word that he's never said before. I. Me. Mine. If you want to test this out, go up to a baby, young one who's sucking on a bottle. Man, they slobber all over everything. You know that? Babies slobber. I expect somebody to come up one day with something called slobber therapy. We've tried every other way, but walk up toward the baby, and the baby sometimes will push that bottle out to you, slobber and all. You know that? Because you're not you. You're part of him. I mean, it's like he's feeding himself. Really. Think. But he's 3 years old, and he's got him a sucker, and he's licking on him, right? And you walk up to him, and you say, that's a good-looking sucker. Could I please have some of that sucker? He says, it's mine. There's a radical change here, y'all. What was related is separated. What was total and complete is now fragmented. Now, this kid begins to form a system of things that are very important to him. System of what we call values, huh? I'll write it out here. And his values begin to impact on his outlook, on his perceptive window. His first value may be, it's important for me not to hit my head on the table because it hurts, right? Let's stay simple. He begins to form a whole system of opinions now about this world outside himself called beliefs. And they begin to color his perceptive window. He begins to develop certain definite feeling patterns. So that we can look at kids when they're 3, 4 years old and say, this one's outgoing, this one's shy, this one's angry, this one's afraid. Feelings begin to impact on his outlook on life. All these experiences that he stores up from the word go begin to impact on his point of view, his perception. And now, he is looking out of a window which is like stained glass. It's colored. He has a definite outlook. He begins to hang around with people who share that outlook. He begins to argue with those who don't. He behaves in terms of his own values and his own beliefs. He sees the world now through colored glasses. You understand what I'm saying? Is this clear to you? I hope it is. Now, suppose he looks at reality now and it is horrible. Suppose life is a plunger and it's going nowhere. And I'm lost and I'm alone and I'm afraid. I'm empty and I hurt. And there's an ennui in my life. I need filling. He'll go looking for something. He'll go looking for something that will change his view of reality. Hopefully, it'll change it instantly, y'all. We like instant stuff. Go in your grocery store and look. Go to your bookstore and look at the instant books on psychotherapy. And on how to get good and how to get well and all, in 10 minutes and get a degree for it. We like instant stuff. Our society, I think, doesn't know how to delay gratification. I'll just say that about the whole society. Delay gratification. That's wonderful, big language, isn't it? This society doesn't know a damn thing about eating Oreos. This society goes right for the creamy center. Never mind the wafers, baby. Let's get with it. Listen to the street language. Let's get it on. So we find something that's instant. Maybe it's alcohol. Maybe it's food. But whatever it is, the effect of it is to change reality, or to seem to change reality, or your point of view of reality. The world which was a plunger changes radically, dramatically, instantaneously, feeling good. That's wonderful, isn't it? That's what they call the elixir of the gods, I guess. Did I share with you last time I was down here about A.E. Housman, the English poet? Any of you read his poetry? It's nice stuff. It's really good stuff. And Housman was an alcoholic, I know, because I read this poem of his one time, and he couldn't have written it if he wasn't. And he was talking about this change. And let me share this with you. He said, "Many a peer of England brews livelier liquor than the Muse, and malt does more than Milton can to justify God's ways to man. Ale, man, ale's the stuff to drink for fellows whom it hurts to think. Look into the pewter pot and see the world as the world is not." Bingo. It's changed, didn't it? The major reason that I drank and used drugs and did a lot of other addictive things was that those things seemed to change reality. Seemed is an important word. They never did. Reality was always worse when I returned. Houseman said that too. Look into the pewter pot and see the world as the world is not, he said, and faith 'tis pleasant till 'tis past. The mischief is, it will not last. Well, I've been to Ludlow Fair and left my necktie God knows where, and carried to my home or near pints and quarts of Ludlow beer. And then the world seemed none so bad, and I myself a sterling lad, and down in lovely muck I've lain happy till I woke again. And then I saw the morning sky. Hi-ho, the tale was all a lie. The world, it was the old world yet, now was I, and my clothes were wet. And nothing now remained to do but begin the game anew. Tell me he wasn't a drunk. Hate to tell you this. I hated to discover this. Reality does not change instantly. Oh, God, how I wanted it to. And how you wanted it to. You'd come off a bender, and you'd make these world-shaking statements like, "I have learned my lesson this time." You hear that? We really meant that. "I have learned my lesson this time," we say, "I will never do this again. I am finished forever." And I got to tell you what's true of me. Anytime I use the word forever, ever, or never, I'm on an ego trip. That was true then, it's true now. I have learned my lesson. I'm not going to look at it that way anymore. Hey, you've been out there building that point of view of reality for how long now? Is it 20 years or 21 years or 25 years or 30 years? And after one bad experience, you're just going to change it all. There's the instant grits again. I'll just add a little water here. It'll all change. Instantaneously, painlessly, hopefully. Sorry about that. Your point of view of reality will never change until your values do. What are they? Abraham Maslow talked about a hierarchy of values. There's a system. Patty, they're arranged in order. First value, second value, in order of their importance. In my mind, at some level, is that value system. All of it. If I ask you, honestly now, hell, if I ask me, to write down on a piece of paper your top 5 values, could you do it? I could probably write down, what I wished they were and what I thought they were. But I doubt if I could do that. So, if we're going to change our point of view and our perception of reality, we must change our values. If we don't know what our values are, we must discover what they are. How do you do that? Look at your behavior. That hurts. But it's a dead giveaway. We behave in terms of what's valuable to us. Look at your behavior. Might shake you up. But you discover what your values really are. And then when you discover, as Chuck used to say, you discard. You replace, you reprioritize. But first you got to know what's there. And then you start moving things around a little bit. And what happens is this. Okay? Now, you will never change your perception unless you change your beliefs. Your opinions about what's right and good and true and real and all these things. Your opinions about this reality thing, right? What are your beliefs? What do you believe? Do you know? Then how do you know? Look at your behavior. Discover. Discard. Reprioritize. Replace. About those feelings. Any of you ever look at the world through angry eyes? I did for 30 years. The world looks different, doesn't it? Feelings before they hit, they impact so heavily on what reality is for me. Clean them up. That's what the 12-step program says. Clean them up. Learn how to express, get out these feelings. And the beauty of the 12-step program is to suggest that we get them out through service to others. If you look at it very closely. Memories? Look at your experiences in life. Instead of damning yourself for having them, learn from them. It's a beautiful section in the big book, Alcoholics Anonymous. It begins by saying, now about sex. God, we avoid that topic, don't we? And you know what that whole thing says? Look at your past behavior. See what your values were in your sexuality, huh? because it's very closely related to spirituality. They are so intimately together that we confuse one from the other often. What's your beliefs been in your sexual life? You know, who have you hurt in your sexual life? The whole thing is, look at it, learn from it. Don't put yourself down. On this side of the paper, you know what you did, and on this side of the paper, what you've learned that you're going to do now to change. That's the way we learn. And so we examine those experiences and learn from them. If you will think, if you've been clean and sober or involved in a 12-step program for any time at all, you know, you probably have realized by now that you learn more or have learned more from your mistakes than from your successes. And it's the transformational process that takes place there, you know. This mistake becomes the foundation, if you will, of my future success. The big book says, our past becomes our most valuable asset. That blew my mind until I understood that. Yeah, it is. This is a transformational process that's happening here. Now, when you have examined these things, when you have learned from these things, when you've cleaned up a little bit, guess what happens to your perceptive window here? It's clear. Like a child's. Unless you become as a little child. Okay? Moving on back, clearing up the window. And start all over again. With what? These principles which are guides to progress. New priorities. Huh? The new priorities given to you in this program and these principles. It's a funny thing, y'all. The beginning phrase in the 12th step. Anybody tell me what it is? Come on. Having had a spiritual awakening. What is that? If it's not a massive change in perception. Would you tell me? What is it? Carl Jung said it was that. Massive shift, he said, in values. Massive shift in attitudes and beliefs. Total change. Okay? So something dies. What? Old values, old beliefs, old feeling patterns. You see? And you really do start all over brand new. Now you're ready to be, if you will, regenerated. Yeah, made all over again. And we say, oh, that's far out. Anybody sitting in here that's an addict or addicted to anything or is addicted to an addict even. It is strange what people get addicted to. And, you know, your addiction hasn't killed you today. You're being regenerated. You're being transformed. If you're a dilaudid addict, you haven't shot up today? Something's happening to you. Yeah? If you're an alcoholic, you haven't had a drink? Something's happening to you. You see? But you see, in addition to being impatient, wanting instantaneous stuff, we want big stuff. Transform me, Lord, now. Get me on up there with Augustine. It's almost like God comes back and says, okay, if you're ready to work, and wait. And it is work. It almost kills some of us. We've got to work at the program in order for it to be a success. and we balk. I'll go this far and no further. What do you mean 90 meetings in 90 days? Oh, I can go. My job won't let me do that. What do you mean get a sponsor? I don't want to bother anybody. What an ego trip. Well, you worked pretty hard to become a drunk. And you worked pretty hard to become addicted. And you think you're going to get over it on a slide? You think God is some large foolie bear riding across the clouds on a tricycle? I don't think so. So you got to work. Any of you familiar with a German philosopher by the name of Friedrich Nietzsche? Nietzsche fell into great disrepute, because Hitler liked him. Nietzsche died in the nut house when he was 40. What could he know? Do you ever realize some people are too tender for this world? People like Van Gogh and Nietzsche, and we've known some others, too tender for this world. And Nietzsche really took a beating because all the preachers a few years ago, and they're yelling about God is dead and God is dead and all this stuff. You saw the bumper stickers, if he's dead, he died since this morning because I just talked to him and all that kind of, how we get carried away with stuff. Nietzsche was the man who said God is dead. So he's taking a beating. But they never gave Nietzsche his full due. Nietzsche did say, God is dead. His love for us has killed him. You know what else he said? He who has a why to work for can put up with any how in order to get there. If your goal is sobriety, and it's strong enough and important enough to you, you'll put up with what it takes. You'll do what it takes to get there. And if it's not, you won't. Okay? Change doesn't just happen. Not real change. Only illusions. Okay? Now, I think we're going to break for just a little bit. It's about what? It's about 2 o'clock. Jerry, do you want to say something first? Okay. And let's take, I don't know, what do y'all want to take? About 10, 15? Come on back. And we'll go from there. I want to talk to you a little bit next about maintaining things in terms of watching. If you don't know what that means, maybe I can tell you. By increments, bringing it down to size, cutting it down to size. The first 3 steps, obviously, do this. And if you'll look at step 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, those steps are paired in a certain way. It's almost like 6 is get ready and 7 is go, and 8 is get ready and 9 is go, and 4 is get ready and 5 is go. Each is a preparation for the next. And the 5th step and the 7th step and the 9th step very much are a process of ego deflation. If you're going to have to do some reading to see that, okay? And every single one of those steps takes us along that horizontal plane, spiritually, towards others. Every one of them. Okay? In the 5th step, where we confess to another human being, okay, the exact nature of our wrongs, we're moving along. And the 7th step, when we ask God to remove our shortcomings, we're asking Him, really, if you use the prayer in the big book, to remove the things that are standing between you and Him and your fellows. And in the 9th step, you're going directly to people. And the beautiful thing about the 9th step, really, the restitution process altogether, is that if you're familiar with the karma, the wheel, of karma. Are you familiar with that concept? Okay, let me give it to you briefly, okay? Karma says this. It's like you see a wheel up here, and it's going round and round, and karma says what you put on the wheel over here, exactly what you put on the wheel is coming back to you. In Christian tradition, it is stated in a different way. It's called the law of retribution. It says what you sow, you will reap. Now, over the years of our addiction, we have sowed many seeds on that wheel of karma. And the beauty of the process of steps 4 through 9 is that we get a chance to identify what it is we put on the wheel, okay, who we need to go to in order, if you will, to clean off the wheel. Yeah. We don't have to reap that which we sowed if we dig it out, okay? If we make amends, in other words, take it off the wheel. Another beautiful thing about the wheel of karma is that it works positively too. Whatever you put on the wheel that is good will come back to you. No ifs, ands, and buts. It's a spiritual axiom, a spiritual law that it's going to happen this way. So, these steps are a process of ego deflation. They're a process of, when they deflate the ego, they move you closer to the other. They deflate it, they move you closer to the other. Because remember, the ego, the I, is a conscious sense of separation from. And we want to decrease that separation from and move back into that world that the child lives in, which is called the we world. Okay? And that's what the steps are doing for us in a very large way. Now, if it said all the way throughout the big book, we're doing this to deflate your ego, Tom, I probably never would have done that because I didn't understand what ego deflation was. I don't think I even knew I had one when I got there. You know? And it was so screwy and so reversed, anyway, that it would have frightened me. Any of you ever read the original manuscript of the big book? I would have never joined this outfit. You know what it said? You must do this. You must do that. You must do this. It was all you. There was no we in it. And at one point after the 12 steps, it says, if you've read this far, or I don't know the exact words, and are not willing to go on with this, then read it again. And if you're not, then throw the book away. That's pretty aggressive, isn't it? And on the suggestion of a psychiatrist, perished the thought, who said, this is a little harsh, a little pushy. They changed the words to we. Okay? There's magic in that word. There really is. Now, after we've completed the first 9 steps of our program, I don't know what it says in the NA book, but in the AA book, it says, we have now entered the world of the Spirit. Strange, isn't it? We have now entered the world of the Spirit. Okay? What's that? Think. We've been dealing in the first 9 steps with what? Ourselves, but what aspect of ourselves? Our past. Right? First 9 steps bring us up to the world of the Spirit. N-O-W. Now. Present. Where it's all at. Now is an interesting thing. Even before I quit saying the word now, it's not now. One of my favorite philosophers is a Jewish guy, Martin Buber. And he says, now is the only point at which I shall touch eternity. It is always now. You ever thought about that? It's a beautiful thing. The higher power, when he spoke to Moses, and I always envied Moses, you know. Higher power said, I am. Didn't he? That means like God's present tense, I am present tense. Now is the world of the Spirit. Now is the world of relation. And it goes on to say that our next step is to grow in understanding and effectiveness. Our next step is to grow in understanding and effectiveness. And we get into those maintenance steps in the program. Now, I want to take a particular point of view today. And about the last two, or the 10th and 11th steps, I'm just going to try to touch those a little bit. Just touch and get you thinking a little bit about them, okay? They're very important steps, these maintenance steps. Okay? Those of you who heard me talk last night, I said that when I got to this fellowship, okay, and into the 12-step way of life, I hated me. How many of you hated you? I mean, really and truly now. Okay? In a very strong, strong way. Felt like you were an utter failure. I did. A real loser. I was the guy who, when my psychiatrist asked me to describe myself, answered instantly, I am the sorriest son of a bitch in the world. Instantly. And didn't hear myself, Patty. And I wondered why my life was going consistently downhill. I wondered. It couldn't go any other way. I believe I'm rotten, I'm rotten. I'm going to behave rottenly. Matter of fact, every time everything got good in my life, I'd louse it up. If I'm not careful, I'd do the same thing these days. These god-awful beliefs that I had about myself. When you get into your belief system, look at some of those. I'm no good, I'm sorry, I'm worthless, I'm unlovable. Look for them. When you see them, admit them, accept them, change them, identify what's really there. But you can't do that unless you watch. Now, the 10th step, viewed non-religiously, but from the point of view of a spiritual teacher. Do you remember when this spiritual teacher came down, he'd been up on the mountain, been doing some praying, he left his guys down there waiting for him, and he came back and they were asleep? Okay? He said two things. Watch and pray. Remember that? Watch and pray. The Greek word for watch is a beautiful thing. It's a command. Gregorite. You know what it means? And wake up. Be aware. Realize. Look. Watch. Then pray. Look at 10 and 11. You almost see an identical pattern there. Watch and pray. 10th step says we continue to take personal inventory. When we're wrong, promptly admitted it. It's a recapitulation of several of the preceding steps, obviously. But note the terminology. In the book Alcoholics Anonymous anyway, it says we continue to watch. That's what it says. We continue to watch for selfishness, dishonesty, resentment, and fear. And when these crop up, not if, when, we do the following. So, we've got to move, I believe, from self-hate to self-love through watching, through self-acceptance. That's really far out, isn't it? Self-acceptance. Who? Me? Accept me? I don't even like me. I've got to fight and I've got to change. And yet our program says in the preamble, and how it works in the AA book, those that don't recover are those who cannot or will not completely give themselves to this simple program, not fight anything. So we watch. Let's talk about three aspects of watching. Waking up, realizing, being aware. And you know, I think it's a strange thing. A friend of mine says most of us walk around this earth for most of our lives in a state of spiritual sleep. We don't know who we are. We don't know who others are. We don't know what the world's all about and life's all about. You know? But we tell ourselves we do, which deepens the sleep. Watching. It's an interesting thing. If Do you believe that this world is a terrible place? Watch for one day. All day. For the good things that happen to you and for you that you don't have anything to do with. Wake up. Realize, be aware. Some of you are already thinking back through today, aren't you? Because some things have already happened. You know, I was so arrogant that when the good things happened, I just didn't even notice them. I just took them for granted. They were supposed to. Really. Oh boy, but when the bad ones happened, I was very aware of those. Why? Because of my attitude. Because of my perception of reality. I was looking at it from the left-hand side, always. And I was unaware of the good in life. I'm not saying this is a grand and glorious and wonderful world, but I'm not saying it's not. We have people who want to understand and don't understand what grace is. If you will watch for one day for the good things that happen to you and for you that you don't have anything to do with, you will begin to understand with that knowing beyond knowing what grace is. You will experience it. You will begin to look for it. You'll begin to expect it. You'll begin to count on it. And it'll happen more often. Because you're awake. You're watching. How many of you have ever done that? How many of you have ever taken an hour or 2 hours and watched for the good things that happen to you and for you don't have anything to do with? We'll go to a meeting, we'll say, the most marvelous thing happened tonight. I was thinking about so-and-so and he called me. The most marvelous thing happened today. I was down and I got this letter. And after we talk about it at the meeting, it's gone. And probably that day when you spotted that one thing, you spotted 500 things that were bad and missed 500 that were also good. Which side do you want to live on? I'm not talking about being a fool. I'm talking about being more positive. There's an old song. I was talking to a lady about it the other night. I think Johnny Mercer wrote the old song. It says you got to accentuate the positive. Eliminate the negative. Latch on to the affirmative and don't mess with Mr. In Between. That's what I'm talking about. And it goes beyond positive thinking. It includes that, but it goes beyond. It's embracing the truth, really, that there's a God and that He or she really does care about me and that they consciously work for me 24 hours a day. Me. Else, why is it that when I've got a particular song on my mind and I really want to hear it and I go get in the car and cut on the radio, it's playing? Why? But you got to watch. The program is a program of spiritual awakening. Because we're in spiritual sleep. I believe they go together. And spiritually, you see, I take naps all the time. Don't y'all? I take naps all the time. There have been very few people throughout history that have been continually awake. And they have been so transformed that even those who loved them and lived with them did not know them. It's powerful. But you gotta watch. Got to watch some other things too. Watch for the vultures. You know what the vultures are? Sid Simons wrote a book on values clarification. He's probably the world's foremost authority on values clarification. He's also a very gentle and kind and beautiful guy. And he wrote a little old book called Vultures. And vultures are the put downs that I do on myself. So while you're taking a day to watch for the good things that happen to you, take another day. I know this is taking a lot of your time to do this, but take another day and watch for the number of times you put yourself down. That's really incredible. You want to find out if you hate yourself or not? Take a day and do this. How you really feel about yourself? We got a terrible opinion of ourselves. We are God's kids. We are expressions of God. If what I said is true, I don't know. I think it is. And we treat ourselves like dirt and beggars. Prodigal son, I am not fit to be my father's kid. We really do a number on ourselves. Watch for it. You make a mistake, and you hear yourself say, profanely, so and so, you've never done anything right. Do any of y'all do that? Boy, that's that never word again, so you know the ego's involved in there somewhere, don't you? And all you've done is make a small mistake, and you're damning yourself for it. People in transactional analysis talk about tapes that we have in us, and certain things happen and the tape starts playing. It's an old reaction pattern, an old thought pattern of some kind, behavior pattern of some kind. And I often thought, man, it would be wonderful if you could get a new tape library, right? Called The Regenerated Person, right? The one who's grown down, finally, once and for all. Take out the old tapes and put in the new ones. Wouldn't it be wonderful? It's almost like going for the center of the Oreo, isn't it? I got to tell you something about me. If somebody made me able to get that set of tapes and play them, I would find fault with them and be bored with them in a very short time. I used to think I wanted to live on a mountaintop. I don't. I'd long for the valley. I need the ups and I need the downs. I need to take control of the driver's seat every now and again. I need to. Okay? If only just to learn again that that's not my proper position in life. I need to learn and relearn and relearn. I need a tape to play over and over and over and over and over again. You understand what I'm saying? I need redundancy. I need repetitiveness. I need to go to meetings now. Over and over and over again and hear them say the same things over and over and over again, because if I don't, I'm going to die. I need it. Be neat. New set of tapes, right? Or if we had a little button up here that says erase. And a certain thing happens and the old tape kicks in. It's going to kick in. No two ways about it. It kicks in. And you can say, gotcha. Erase it. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Can't do it. Only way I know to change an old message is put a new one on it. And put a new one over it. And put it over it and over it and over it and over it and over it again and again and again and again and again until the new message becomes the old message. Till that thought which used to precipitate a drink or a drug or a binge now precipitates a phone call to your sponsor or a trip to a meeting. A new reaction pattern. Programming, yeah. If you want to call it that. It's called living, too. You got to live your way into good thinking. That's what Grumpy told me. He was right. You got to put that new message on top of that old one until it becomes the message. And even it will probably have to be altered or changed in the passage of time. And you got to do it quickly. There's a thing about vultures. One of them lights on my arm. If I let him sit there for just a little while, before I know it, I look back and there's 100 of them suckers over there. Not only am I putting myself down a little bit, now, boy, my arm is loaded. Vultures attract vultures. That spiritual teacher I was talking about said it. Deal with your adversary quickly. When the vulture light's up there, when that old tape starts playing, put the new one on now. Do not wait. Get it in there. Kick it in right at the present moment. Now is the only time that we touch eternity. Don't let it sit. The friends will gather. And before you know it, you've done a number on yourself again. And if you let that happen long enough and enough of your old vultures come back, they will have both arms full, right? And they'll lift you bodily and carry you to a bar. So you watch for those put downs and you stop it. We're funny people. Not only do we want to be better than everybody else, we want to be worse than everybody else. You know that? Somebody tells an up story, we got to tell one better. Somebody tells a down story, we got to top that too. Strange, isn't it? Watching is important. Watch for the good. Watch for the bad. Watch yourself. And remember, when you're watching yourself, you're watching others too. Remember, there's not really any division. Remember that what I put on the wheel, what I do to you, comes back to me. The judgment I lay on you is the judgment that I lay on me, and vice versa. It is all intimately connected. It's always been that way, and it's always going to be. If I can't see anything good in you, you can bet I can't see anything good in me. Therefore, I have to feel superior. So watch yourself in this way. You make that mistake. And you say, I made that mistake. Just like that. I did it again. You know? And what our 10th step says is when these arise, we ask God at once to remove them. Notice the at once. There it is. I did it. But without condemnation. And I hope you'll help me with that. And I trust that you will. And you go on about your business. We do not change overnight. We do not change overnight. But we learn to accept ourselves exactly like we are. Exactly. No front, no facade. That's ego stuff. In the 7th step, you ever read the prayer in the 7th step in the big book? It says, Lord, I'm now willing that you should have all of me, good and bad. Good and bad. That's an admission, isn't it? And there's some patterns that don't disappear overnight. Most of the old patterns don't disappear overnight. They keep reoccurring. The vulture lights, in other words, right? So what do? Damn yourself for it? Put yourself down for it? Yes, probably. Why not observe it as God would observe it? With love. Yeah. Love and concern. Even psychologists like Carl Rogers, quote, the curious paradox, said Rogers, is that the moment I accept myself just as I am, then I begin to change. End of quote. And we're fighting and condemning and kicking and screaming. I think, when we ought to be accepting. And I'm saying a lot of this to me too, because I have a terrible time with this. Watch yourself with love, with respect, with concern. Don't judge. Observe. And when you see it pop up, ask God's help at once. There's a mighty fine book that some of you would probably benefit from reading and probably enjoy. And it was written by a little monk. He was a cook in a monastery in Paris back in what, honey, the 17th century? 16th or 17th century. His name was Brother Lawrence. And he wrote a little book which is called The Practice of the Presence of God. He really didn't write it. It was written about him. Must be 100 books with that title, so the one by Brother Lawrence is the one that you want. And this little guy had lived his life so well that he was accounted a saint. Yeah. Everybody thought Lawrence was a saint except Lawrence. He couldn't understand what all the hubbub was about. And when he was dying, the Archbishop sent his second in command down to interview him, you know. How did you become a holy man? Well, he's very surprised that they thought he was a holy man. He was a cook, and he said so, you know. And he said, well, how do you get along? Obviously, it just shows all over you how you get along with God so well, to what you attribute your relationship to God, you know. He says, I think about God as often as I can, and I have a little conversation with him. That'll blow you away, won't it? He said, set times of prayer, you know, and services and everything, they bore me. I'd just rather, you know, think about God and talk to him. And he said something very important to me about self-acceptance. He said, when I'm in the kitchen and I drop a pot, he said, I will often say to God, see there, I dropped another pot. And if you don't help me, I'm always going to be dropping pots. And went on about his business. That's what I'm talking about. You see, that's what I'm talking about. You observe it. You don't judge it. You ask God's help with it. You go on about your business. Okay? Watch. Watch for the put downs you do on yourself. Watch for the grace that surrounds you and works for you 24 hours a day. Watch yourself very closely. And learn to observe, accept yourself as you believe God would accept you, and you will begin to change. That's one of the messages in the program. Any questions on that? Because we usually don't look at the 10th step as a practice of watching, do we? And yet that's what it is. Okay? So we wake up and we try to stay awake, y'all. We try to stay awake. And remember, the words of the 12th step in that first phrase are, having had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps. That is the only result they're talking about. That's the result. But it's kind of an all-inclusive thing. Okay, so we watch. Another way to watch, and it's suggested in our literature, is, you know, at night when you go to bed, think over your day. Again, observing. And in our book it says we're careful not to fall into morbid reflection. We simply, at the end of the day, as this old timer I love very much used to say, you count yourself up and you see how many you really are. Like that. And then you go to sleep. So at the end of the day, think about it. Some people write it. They keep a journal, you know. Not for the sake of keeping a black book on themselves, but for the sake of learning from their own behavior, self-observation, which patterns they need to work on and which patterns they are good at. Okay? Let's move on into the 11th step now with this prayer and meditation business. Okay? Have I ever talked to y'all about this, Patty? Some? Have y'all heard me talk about prayer and meditation? All of you? because you probably don't want to if you've heard it, but we'll go at it a little bit. Prayer and meditation, being as they are spiritual practices, have also tended to fall into the province of religion, have tended to become formalized, to be looked upon as otherworldly kinds of activities, not common and natural and normal and this kind of thing. They're far out. When you say to someone, I had migraine headaches for years. Oh, he says, how did you get rid of them? And you say, I began the practice of meditation. What would his reaction be? Now if you told him I took some Percodan, he'd understand that, very clearly, right? But meditation? Don't know about that. But there's power there. God, there's power there. I have a friend in the program. He's I do not know how many years sober now. I mentioned him last night. Tom Powers. And Tom was vice president of the American Atheist Society. He was, literally, in his drinking days. And back in the 30s, Tom was making $250,000 a year when it was big money. Big money. Advertising man. Slick, right? So every time he'd lose a job, he'd fall upstairs, get a better one. And Tom refers to himself as an asylum commuter. Because every time he'd go on a bender, he'd end up in a straitjacket. Every time. Psychotic. And he said, they'd take me to this hospital and they'd treat me. And he said, they didn't put me in with the drunks, they put me in with the jumping jacks. That's what he called them. And they treated me, right? They gave me lots of hydrotherapy, things that were current in those days, and kept me in a straitjacket until I behaved a little bit. And he said, then they gave me shock treatments. Now, Tom is a genius, a bona fide genius, no doubt about it. Vice president of the American Atheist Society, big man, makes lots of money. Okay? Shock treatment in those days was not electric. They hadn't learned how to do that yet. It was a drug called metrazole. And they gave you metrazole in near lethal doses until you went unconscious, and then they held you while you convulsed. That was the shock treatment routine. In 8 out of 12 of these, he had series of 12 of these things. 8 out of 12 he was fully conscious. He did not go out. He convulsed while 5 guys held him down. He kept hearing this voice, did the vice president of the American Atheist Society. And the voice was crying, God, oh God, please help me. And he realized who it was, Patty. It was him. Wonderful book he wrote, too. First title, First Questions on the Life of the Spirit. You can't find it in a bookstore. You'll have to contact. It's now called Invitation to a Great Experiment. Is Knowing God a Reality? Beautiful book. Quite a book. Any of you want to know about it, I'll give you his address or the bookstore where you can get it. It's out of print. Real genius, this guy. Today, this former vice president of the American Atheist Society, sober 40-some years, runs a place up in the mountains of New York called Eastridge. And it's a place for what he calls hopeless idiots. People like him, who are so smart or so fried in the brain they can't make it in AA and NA. Or those who know all the answers and can't stay clean. And they go to Eastridge, and they live. And they learn. And they stay straight. And this former vice president of the American Atheist Society now says, prayer is an instinct. Now think about that for a minute. That it's built into us just as deeply as the cells in our body. That we need to pray. That prayer is a natural process. And again, if you have a hard time accepting this, think about that life-threatening situation that you had. There's an automatic cry, and it's always for God. The soul knows where to turn in times of trouble. I don't know why, I just know that it does. We need to pray, apparently. It is not otherworldly. It is natural. More than that, it is food. It is food for our spirit, just as the food we ate today at lunch for Quincy's, I think, was our bodies, wasn't it? It's for our bodies, maybe for our spirit, especially the pineapple cake and banana pudding. We need it. It's automatic. It's instinctive. It's good. For me, it was for emergencies. Every time it was the bottom of the ninth and the count was 3-2 and there were 2 outs, I looked to the bench. And there sat the greatest pinch hitter on the face of the earth. I'd say, hey, I love you. Really need you now. He'd come in, get up to the plate, switch hit. Which way you want me to hit? Hit left-handed this time. Home run. Every time. And I'd say, thank you. You know, I'm going to make you a part of my regular lineup from now on. You're really hitting the ball good. And I'd send him back to the bench, where he sat until the next time it was bottom of the ninth, count 3-2, and 2 outs. Any of y'all do that? Now that's good prayer. The emergency kind of prayer, the automatic kind of prayer, proves that prayer is a natural thing. That prayer is, as the poet said, the soul's sincere desire. It is what the soul wants to do. But it is not the kind of prayer and meditation that we're talking about in this process of regeneration, rebirth and regeneration, growing down. What we're talking about here is discipline prayer. Any golfers in here? Who's the best golfer in the world right now, your opinion? Golfer in the world. The guy that raised his hand. Who is it? Anybody? Spit out golfers here. Nicholas, Palmer, who else? Watson? Longer's not bad, you know, and Craig Norman and these other. You know where? Let's take Arnold Palmer, okay? In his heyday, you know where he spent a lot of time? On practicing, on the practice tee. I've watched great pianists and violinists and things. They spend a lot of time practicing. Now you take Palmer, and he's out there on the tee, you know, early in the morning he's out on the tee. And he's got buckets full of balls. Maybe he's the finest golfer in the world. And he'll take one club, Patty, 7-iron, right, for a while, and he'll hit buckets of balls. And then he'll move up maybe to the 5-iron, and he hit buckets of balls. And then he'll pick up his driver, hit hours and hours and hours of practice, goes out on the golf course, big tournament, gets out on the fairway, pulls out a 4-wood, and duck hooks it. Huh? Or he's within, 95 yards of the hole, and he gets out a pitching wedge and scalps it. You ever seen Palmer pick up his bag and throw him away and say, to hell with this, I ain't ever playing golf again? Why? Because golf's important to him. Excellence is important to him. When he hits a bad shot, watch him. Any good golfer will stand right in his tracks and redo that swing. You ever notice that? And that afternoon, guess where you'll find him? He'll have that club, that 4-wood, and he'll be on that practice tee. And he'll work through the clubs again. You see, my point is, you want to be good at something? You want to be a good prayer? Get on the practice tee. Get on the practice tee early in the morning. Hit some buckets of balls. Because if you're like me, the way I've been with prayers, the first time I duck hook one or banana slice one, I said, to heck with this, I'm not praying anymore. Then the next emergency came, and I prayed a little more, right? And then I'd start out in a spurt, and I'd pray and meditate for a while, and then I'd back off again, and a spurt again, and a spurt, you know. Discipline. You just do it. And you just keep on doing it. And sometimes you don't know why. My sponsor, another first thing he told me was, ask God for help every morning and thank Him every night. I didn't know why I was to do that, except that He had told me to do it, so I did it. And after about 3.5 months, I realized I hadn't wanted a drink in 3.5 months. And then I realized why I was doing it. Many times it happens that way. And I prayed very selfishly, and I still do at times. And that's okay. Any of y'all make out shopping lists for God? Seriously, do you? Make out shopping lists for God? Good prayers call that outlining. You know, you sit down there and you figure out what it is you need and when you need it, and you're very precise. You know, Lord, I need this by Thursday at 3:15 and this by 2, that kind of thing. Who are you praying to? A clerk in the Universal Supermarket? Sometimes it's actually as if I believe God, you know, is a superhuman vending machine, y'all, full of M&Ms. I don't even get upset with me about that. I just do that. I make shopping lists for God, you know. I hope He's got a sense of humor, and I think He has. Because He hid Himself in the last place He knew I'd ever look. I think He's got a good sense of humor. I mean that. Okay? So making out those shopping lists really doesn't, work out too good anyway. Sometimes I've prayed for things and I've got them. Have y'all ever done that? And then I don't know what the hell to do with them. You ever done that? Y'all know the classic story about that. About praying for something. Be careful what you pray for because you might get it. The story of the man with the golden screw. Y'all ever heard that one? You haven't? Good. The guy was born with a golden screw in his navel. And when he was a kid, he couldn't sunbathe, he couldn't take his shirt off. He had to hide that golden screw, And he was tired of it. Carried it all his life, prayed all his life. Please take this golden screw away from me. And nothing happened. He got ready to get married. And he said, what's my wife going to think? When I take my clothes off, she sees this golden screw. Nobody else in the world got a golden screw in their navel but me. I don't like it. So he started praying. He's praying and praying about this golden screw, and this big voice says to him, shut up. I'm tired of hearing about that golden screw. Now I want you to go ahead and lay down on the bed, close your eyes, count to 10 very quietly. Open your eyes, and this cloud's going to come floating across your bed. And on that cloud's going to be a golden screwdriver, and I want you to take that golden screw and take that golden screwdriver and take a screw out of your belly button. I want you to put them both up on that cloud, and it's going to go away, and I don't ever want to hear anything else about that golden screw. The man was just overjoyed, man. Ran into the bedroom, couldn't wait. Got real quiet, closed his eyes, counted to 10, opened them up. Here's the cloud. Golden screwdriver. He reaches up and gets it, takes out that golden screw, breathes a great sigh of relief, lays the screwdriver and the screw on the cloud. It goes away. He stood up and his ass fell off. Be careful what you pray for. The 11th step is very specific, is it not? Very. There are lots of kinds of prayer. This one is very specific. It says we sought through prayer and meditation to improve our conscious contact with God. That is the purpose of the 11th step. And as to what we pray for, only the knowledge of His will for us and the power to carry it out. And we do it every day. Because in that chapter it says huge understatement. We alcoholics, it says, are undisciplined people. That's a huge understatement. Isn't it? So we let God discipline us, it says. In the simple way we've just outlined. Watching and praying. Be regular. Pick a time each day for an appointment with the higher power. Be serious about it. Be sincere about it. Have fun at it. Look forward to your visit. Feel free, feel friendly, feel loved. And pray. Because you need to. It's built into you just as deep as your cells. I believe that. You need to do it. And we jump over to the flip side. You know, it's meditation business. Well, you talk about getting bent out of shape. Now, when I got into meditation, I was a sight. I look back on me, I don't know how I stayed, sober, sane, much less sober when I was doing that. Definition of meditation, as I understand it today, is not thinking. But I didn't understand it that way I didn't understand it at all. I really thought, and I tell this, people think I'm lying, I really thought that the great meditators, right, were guys who shaved their heads. You had to be a good one. You had to do this. Shave your head, get a saffron robe and wear it, right? Sit down on the floor with your legs crossed all funny, and chant Om. Now, that's what I figured you had to do if you was going to meditate. And some people do it that way, and I honor that, but I didn't know what in the world I was doing. I can get into the lotus position. I cannot get out of it. Any of y'all have a problem? I drove a lot drunk, and my legs have been busted all to pieces. I can't get out of it. I get all locked in. It hurts me, too. It's uncomfortable. But I figure that's the way to do it. Couldn't find a saffron robe. Too damn vain to shave my head, right? But it would do to get all locked up in the lotus position and chant Om. And you know what happened? Nothing. Nothing. It's embarrassing. I figure, hell, I'll be laying on a bed of nails and a 6-by running over me in 10 days here, If I'm going to meditate, I'm going for the top right away. Lock me up in an airtight compartment for a couple of days. I'll show you how to slow down my breath. Hell, I'd have died to what I'd have done. I mean, we alcoholics are impatient. I am anyway. I'm going for the top. I'm going to meditate with the best of them. Move over, Guru Nanak. Here comes Tom. See, I was still insane. I hadn't had a drink for quite a while. I was still nuts. I just didn't know it. So I sat and I chanted, and nothing happened, and I got pissed. I did. He just wasn't coming, And I called a friend of mine down in Texas. He's meditating, and it's showing up in his life. The guy was doing good. He's a dentist, Good guy. Brilliant. I said, I'm trying to get into meditation, Harris. I said, you got any books I can read? He said, yeah. He said, now I'm going to tell you what books to get. And he said, I'm going to star them. 1 star is very simple, and 5 stars is very complex. So I made my list. Went to the bookstore. Guess which one I read first? Have any of you ever read The Cloud of Unknowing? Anybody? Don't. It was written in Middle English, right? Thee, thous, all those things. And it was written by a man who had spent his whole life in a monastery on top of a mountain meditating. And I'm going to do his number in 2 weeks. Whew. I called Harris a couple of weeks. I said, this ain't working. He said, well, what book did you read? And I said, The Cloud of Unknowing. He said, I thought so, dummy. Don't read anymore. He said, how long you meditating? I said, an hour or 2 every morning. He said, I've been doing it 9 years. Longest I ever go is 15 minutes. I take Saturday and Sunday off. See, I'm an alcoholic. I also don't know the word moderation, right? Moderation is not in my vocabulary. It's full tilt all the time. All or nothing, right? Discipline and moderation, those 2 words are not there. And that's what the 10th and 11th and 12th steps are all about. Discipline and moderation. I know what it was. I thought was a magic word. You know, it's supposed to see all kinds of visions. They talk about a third eye. I kept looking for that sucker and couldn't find it. One of them sits on the bridge of my nose, another one sits up on my forehead. I couldn't figure out where it was. Then I got talking to this other guy in AA. He said the secret to it all is your sphincter muscles. Yeah. You know, if you're going to meditate right, you got to learn to move those sphincter muscles right. This guy was far out. I mean, really. Yeah, I sit down and tried my damn sphincter muscles too. Took me a long time to get into the big book about it, you know. Things like prayer and meditation. Hell, you don't go to the big book. I talk to people about prayer and meditation, say, where can I find a good book? Big book. And their countenance falls like shit. It's a good book. That when we awake, upon awakening, we think about the day ahead. We relax and take it easy. We ask for an intuitive thought or a decision. It's good stuff. It's good, lean stuff. I recommend it to beginners. I recommend it to guys who have a tendency like me to fly out on one limb on meditation and fly out on another limb, and it's like coming home to get back to page 86. Upon awakening. You ever daydream? You ever just sit and stare off into space? Somebody comes up and says, hey, where are you? You say, huh? I didn't know. Were you thinking? Were you? You were meditating. It is natural. It is necessary. It is not otherworldly and far out. See? I mentioned last night the guy down in Texas that taught me so much used to call me Sugar, named Bob White. I went on a 12-step call with Bob White one day down in Whitney, Texas. We didn't do that drunk a bit of good. His ears were closed, you know, but we both stayed sober. On the way down the street, and Bob was always, you know, just talking and grinning. The happiest man I ever saw. And he pulls his truck beside the road, and he turns to me and gives me that grin. He said, Sugar, he says, you see that little cloud up there next to that big one? I said, yeah. He said, you think I can make that cloud go away? And I looked up to this man, and I told him so. I said, Bob, I have a lot of respect for you, but you can't make a cloud go away. And he said, you watch it. And he grinned. He sat there and looked at that cloud. 2 or 3 minutes, that cloud was gone. I mean it. Scared the hell out of me. It scared the hell out of me. I got, you know, edging toward the door. I was getting ready to get out. And he turns at me and he grins. You know? Sweetest man, too. I thought, God, I miss him. And he said, Sugar, you think you can do that? I said, no, Bob, I ain't been sober long enough to make no cloud go. Some idiotic statement like that, you know, and he grinned at it. He says, yeah, you can. They pick you a small cloud close to a big one and focus all your attention on it and will it away. I did. By God, that cloud went away. I taught my children how to do it. We was laying in the front yard vaporizing clouds. It's the truth. Every kid in the neighborhood come over and said, what y'all doing? I said, we vaporizing clouds. I said, what's that? Whole damn yard's full of kids and me. But Bob taught me that. And that's a wonderful thing. I dare you to think and vaporize a cloud at the same time. Meditation's purpose is to disarm the ego, put the intellect in neutral. It's idling, but it's not thinking. And all forms of meditation do this, it seems, by focusing not on the ego or the intellect, but on something else. Focusing all of your attention on one thing, on the sound. Focusing all your attention on one thing, your breath going in and out your nostrils. That's what the Buddha was doing when he was enlightened. Focusing on one thing like breathing in, Lord Jesus Christ, and breathing out, have mercy on me, as the Christian meditators did. And when your mind wanders away, as it will, that's just a signal to bring it back and watch your breathing or chant or say your mantra. You see, Bob White told me this too. Said, Sugar, used to when I'd sit down to pray, he said the first thing that would come in my mind was a chorus line of naked women. Any of y'all have that problem? I mean, you sit down to do something holy, you know, and something, you know, pretty but not exactly holy comes into your mind, and thoughts follow. Any of y'all get lustful as hell? He said, you know, I just try to run them out. I said, get off there. Get off there. Get out of here. I'm praying. I'm talking to God. You got no business dancing naked across the stage of my mind. And he said, the more I fought them, the more of them there was. Until there's so many women on the stage of my mind, I just gave up this idea of praying and went on about my business. Made me angry. He said, you want to know what to do now? I always wanted to know what he had to say. He said, I let them dance on across the stage of my mind, and when they're gone, I pray. Spiritual teacher said it. Don't fight the evil thing. Resist not. Turn the other cheek. In AA, we say, let go and let God. Live and let live. Same thing. You take your attention off those ladies, you know. They do their number and they're gone. But if you fight, they beat you. Lisa and I used to walk along the beach. Pick up pieces of ocean glass. Do y'all ever do that? I mean, glass has been worked on by the ocean. God, it's cloudy looking, you know. And green glass is pretty common, and red glass is pretty common. Every now and again you find a piece of white ocean glass, right? And she found a black one time. And these are treasures. And we walked down the beach, you know, looking for ocean glass. Can't think when you're looking for ocean glass. You're watching the sand too hard, you know. And we'd find a piece, pick it up, rub on it, say, thank you, God, put it in our pocket and keep on going. First thing you know, we'd walked a pretty good distance and hadn't thought. The Buddhists had a name for the ego. You know what they called it? The drunken monkey. The drunken monkey, the intellect. Always falling around up here, never still, always chattering. Ceaselessly chattering. You give your attention to the monkey will keep it. You take your attention from the monkey and focus on something else, you disarm the monkey. He shuts up, or you don't hear him. So we do this. Because the step says we sought through prayer and meditation. Now, what do you do when you're sitting there watching your breath go in and out your nose, funny boy? Sometimes you feel so good you can't hardly stand it. Because meditation releases endorphins. Sometimes there's nothing, it's flat. But later on in the day, you find yourself in a situation that you used to couldn't handle, and all of a sudden you handle it. You say to God, you know, I don't know how to handle this particular situation, but you do, and I'm going to listen while you tell me, if you will. And He tells you. What our book says is beautiful. What the AA book says about it. What used to be the occasional hunch or the inspiration gradually becomes a working part of the mind. We learn to depend on inspiration. What else happens? I sit down with people sometimes, and some of them are troubled people. And I hear me saying something to them which is so profound. Lord, it just, you know. And right away the ego jumps in and says, remember that, Tom. That's heavy. And I can't. You ever have that experience? It's said, it's done. It's like the channel's open. It's been done now. That's it. You can't hold it. It's not yours. Can't remember it. If you don't get anything else out of meditation except this, you sit down for 10 minutes in the morning, you pray and meditate, you focus on one thing, you know, get quiet, go down within yourself. It carries over into the day, y'all. More and more you find yourself able to focus on one thing at a time. How many of you have problems with that? What upsets me often is I'm trying to do everything at once. If I can discipline myself for 10 minutes in the morning, it carries over into the day. Yes, it does. And I'm able to work on one thing at a time, and I don't get so emotionally out of balance. Bill wrote that in the 12 and 12. If that's all I get out of it, that's enough. Bill says one of the first fruits of prayer and meditation is emotional balance. I believe that. But that's not all. You just know things. Never got any words, you know. But I've gotten images and symbols and pictures and people's faces, and that's something when you get a person's face. And I always call them when I'm done meditating. And they always were either thinking about me, getting ready to call me, or needed to hear from me. How do you know these things? I don't know. I'm not smart enough to know that. But God is. And so gradually, by the numbers, y'all, through surrender and acceptance and inventory and confession and these other things, we chop away at that big I until it becomes a little I, an anonymous I, an equal I, an I that's able to relate on a level with someone, an I that loves itself because it no longer has to compare itself to other I's. An I that is related to the higher power in a very healthy and wholesome way. The whole thing's a circle. The whole thing's a return. You grow out, and then you grow back down. And the coming home part's fun. Some of us, it takes effort. Now, maybe I should say all of us. It takes a lot of effort. Okay? These steps have a lot to do with it. Have everything to do with it in my way of thinking. I think I'm out. Is there any questions or anything? Okay. Hope this has made some sense to you. Hope you understand what I mean by growing down. I have always believed. I knew when I heard my son say that it was true. I just didn't know why. And I've been trying to learn why, I guess, ever since. I agree with Eckhart that the soul does not grow by addition, but by subtraction. And I hope you understand what he's talking about. And there's a nice little book called The Meditations of Meister Eckhart. He's quite a fellow. It has some simple, good stuff. I'm going through it for the second or third time now. Still don't understand it all, but it feels good. You know what I mean? Get into these maintenance steps after you finish those first 9 steps. Keep yourself growing, but remember which direction you're growing in. Okay? Remember, the direction is back towards the Father, back towards home. You want to fulfill your deepest desire. That is the direction I believe that you must go. And that's what this program is all about. Any questions? I wanted to say, too, if there are any of you that want those tapes and you just don't have the money, maybe you're newly sober or something like that, just see Lisa or me or Jerry. It's no big deal. Okay? Anything like that. Any other questions or questions at all? Okay. I've either put you to sleep or we've had a good day. And I feel pretty good. Even my stomach.
My name's Tom Brady Jr. I'm an alcoholic.
Hello, Tom.
Anyone who wears a red cap needs to learn humility. And I thought I would teach him a little bit last night. I'm an alcoholic and I'm a miracle, and this room is full of miracles. I'm a miracle because by the grace of God, which has come to me through the finest and most effective life-changing program on the face of the earth, I have not had a drink since July 20th of 1965, and I'm extremely grateful for that. Someone asked me tonight if I was nervous. I've been riding the AA circuit, so to speak, for about 18 years, and I'm always nervous. I recall when I came to Alcoholics Anonymous, my hands were shaking, my palms were wet, and I was about to pee in my britches. And guess what? It hasn't changed that much. I think we've just experienced our first alcoholic hurricane. I don't know if you noticed that. I watched Juan, and he reminded me of me a lot. Hurricane Juan didn't know where he was going, and after he'd been there, he didn't know where he had been, and he kept showing up in the same place over and over and over, always where he wasn't wanted. And that's kind of like me. I've been studying nursery rhymes and fairy tales of late. Any of you pay any attention to the stuff that you read to your kids? Do you realize how many nursery rhymes and fairy tales are about alcoholics and the people that they're married to? Here's the one, little boy blue, come blow your horn, the sheep's in the meadow, the cow's in the corn. Where's the little boy who looks after the sheep? He's under the haystack, fast asleep. Sucker got drunk and passed out. I love Little Miss Tuffet. Little Miss Muffet sat on her tuffet, eating her curds and whey. Along came a spider and sat down beside her and frightened Miss Muffet away. The lady was in DTs. You got to think about these things. It takes great study and research and intelligence to understand fairy tales. It really does. There's a classic, the story of Chicken Little. It's one of my favorites. Chicken Little was running all over the countryside telling Ducky Lucky and Henny Penny and Turkey Lurkey that the sky was falling. Sounds to me like the wife of an alcoholic hadn't been to Al-Anon yet. And after she goes to Al-Anon, it's like little Bo Peep has lost her sheep and doesn't know where to find them. Leave them alone and they'll come home wagging their tails behind them. I'm going to try tonight to share with you. Not talk at you, not speak for you, but to share with you. And I only have one thing to share, and that is me. And my experience as an alcoholic, all of it that I can possibly share. I want to tell you, in effect, about my life and about my death and about my rebirth, because this is a program of rebirth. And I want to talk with you about my regeneration, being made all over again. in spite of me most of the time. It's a fantastic program. I think sometimes we don't appreciate the depth of this program quite enough. I'm an alcoholic that members of Alcoholics Anonymous gave up on, as you will hear as I tell you my story. I'm an alcoholic that everyone gave up on. I'm an alcoholic that was considered not only alcoholically insane, but clinically insane, and was diagnosed as such. But I'm here, and I ain't drinking no liquor, and I haven't had any in a long time, and I kind of like it. I like this deal called sobriety, which to me means I am being high on life. I have found a way to feel good naturally. No bad side effects, no bad after effects, no hangovers, no puking. Just being happy and joyous and free. In spite of difficulties, in spite of problems, in spite of the pain of living. How to be high on life. I like it. I think it's great. I don't talk much about drinking. I think drinking has very little to do with alcoholism. I agree with the big book that my liquor is but a symptom. And what I like to talk about when I share is the causes and conditions that the book says we have to get down to. Those things that made me the kind of person that I was. I believe that an alcoholic is an alcoholic like a rose is a rose. We're all different. Every one of us. In this room tonight, there are people of all ages. People of different sexes, different religious backgrounds, educational backgrounds, different social standing, different ages. All these things are different, and each one of us is an individual and unique externally. But I believe alcoholism is an inside kind of an illness. It is a soul sickness as far as I'm concerned of the first degree. It consumes the whole person, mainly the inside. And I've talked to many alcoholics since I've been in the program. And once we get away from external differences about how much we drank and when we drank and how old we are and all these other things, we're so much alike it's incredible on the inside. And so I want to talk about the insides tonight. I want to share with you mine and see if you can identify, because identification is one of the strengths of this program. I suffer from an eye illness, an illness that isolated and separated me from you, an illness that made me lonely all of the time, that made me feel different. And now I belong to a program, and the first word in our big book in the foreword is the magic word, we. We. An eye illness and a we solution. That's what the program's about to me. So I want to share with you my insides and see what you can come up with. If you can identify, that's good. I'm an idealist. I was born into this world knowing how this world ought to be. I knew how the people in it ought to be, and I knew how I ought to be. And you weren't what you ought to be, and the world wasn't what it ought to be, and I, least of all, was what I ought to be. I spent 30 years of my life trying so hard to be what I thought I ought to be, I did not have time to be. Ought to is a bad word. I don't use it very often, and supposed to and should and things like that. These words are disappearing from my vocabulary. I was a driven person because of my idealism. I'm a perfectionist. I didn't say was, I said am. And by perfectionist, I mean that everything had to be just right, just the way I wanted it at any given time, or I got upset. I mean by perfectionist that I'm a congenital nitpicker. Can any of you identify with that? If someone's just cleaned up a house, I'll walk in the house and without even seeking it, will find the one spot they missed. I was in my dentist office not long ago, and I realized I was straightening up his magazines. Not just stacking them up even. I had them by titles and dates and everything. can't stand a crooked picture on the wall. Cannot stand it. Got to straighten it out. I've tried. I can make it for about 30 seconds, and I just cannot stand it anymore. And as a perfectionist, I always had to be on top. I had to be number one. Everything I ever did, I had to do it better and quicker than anyone else had ever done it. I went right for the top, the spotlight, the approval, the control. And in my own mind, when I wasn't the best, I was automatically the worst. That's perfectionism. I still am one. I have to deal with it every single day. I'm also a hypersensitive human being. Any of you know what that means? You're laughing. What are you laughing at? It means I get my feelings hurt real easy. It means don't criticize me at all. But don't praise me either. Because if you criticize, you've said too much, and if you praise, you've never said enough. There's no winning with people like that. I walked around with my feelings sticking out in all directions, and God help you if you stepped on them. But if no one stepped on my feelings, I'd go find somebody who would do it. I heard a psychiatrist not long ago. In my work, I have to do with psychiatrists now. They're important, Jim. I'm not. And I heard one of them refer to alcoholics as stimulus augmenters. Bet you didn't know you had that. And, you know, if I'm going to have an illness, I want it to be important, and stimulus augmenter sounds damned important. And so I went up to this doctor, and I said, Stan, tell me, what is a stimulus augmenter? He said, it's a person like you that makes mountains out of molehills, feels things much more deeply than he should. I said, you can hush now, Stan. You've said enough. I try to pick up on the big words from these shrinks, you know, and another one said, and I heard her, you know, said, alcoholics have a lot of cognitive dissonance. Wow, that's something. That's important. So I went up and asked her, would you tell me, please, what cognitive dissonance is? She said, it's a person like you that's always thinking what they don't want to think, can't ever think what they do want to think. Always doing what they don't want to do, can't ever do what they do want to do. I said, you have said enough, too. Then in the back of the big book, AA Comes of Age, Dr. Harry Tebow, who was also a shrink, made this statement. Characteristic of a so-called typical alcoholic is a narcissistic, egocentric core dominated by feelings of omnipotence, intent at all cost on maintaining its own inner integrity. How you like that? That's important. It really is. You know, if you have a family member that's bugging you about your alcoholism and they ask you that very serious question like, what is the matter with you? Tell them I'm a stimulus augmenter with lots of cognitive dissonance. I have this narcissistic, egocentric core dominated by feelings of omnipotence. And don't you ever upset me again. And I'm a romantic. Any of you alcoholics out there romantics? I dreamed a lot. I fantasized a lot, too. We haven't got time for that. I was always sitting around dreaming. Dreaming what I was going to be when I grew up. Last time I did it was about 30 minutes ago. And I was always dreaming, and it went like this. Why couldn't I be someone else, somewhere else, doing something else, with somebody else? Why do I have to be here now with them doing this? And I used to read books, you know. And I read about the Knights of the Round Table. And the guy that struck me the most, of course, was Sir Galahad. And he rode a white charger and carried a lance, you know, and he'd ride up to the castle, and a beautiful maiden would put a kerchief on the end of the lance, and he'd ride off and kill dragons. And I'd think to myself, why couldn't I be Sir Galahad? Even my dreams didn't work. I knew what I'd do in my pants first dragon I ever saw. And I loved atmosphere and music. It's incredible the number of times I got drunk on atmosphere. I ain't going in there to drink. I'm just going for the atmosphere. Not going in there to drink. I'm going for the music. And I don't agree with the poet that a tree is the most beautiful thing God ever made. I think women are. And I love them. I love beautiful women, attractive women, mediocre women, and ugly women. I woke up with women looked like they'd been dead for a year. I said that down in Texas not long ago. Old Texas boy come up to me and said, "You must have been with a gal that was coyote ugly." I said, "What'd that mean?" He said, "It means you chew your arm off before you touch her." Suffice it to say, there were many mornings when I came to and I had 2 reasons to puke. But the night before, and all that atmosphere with all that music, she was one of God's loveliest creatures. And I love sad music. Never met an alcoholic that didn't like sad music. Every one of us has got a song. And I used to get my bottle and my stereo and my song, my record, and sit down with the express purpose of crying. Now, if you like country and western, you know, you pick up on some Hank Williams. You hear that lonesome whippoorwill. He sounds too blue to cry. Fly. Midnight train is winding low. I'm so lonesome I could cry, and I would. Well, get the dirty blues, low down dirty blues. Get Muddy Waters on there, you know. Let him hit the chord on the guitar. And he said, "There's one thing, baby, I can't understand. Why you can't be satisfied with just one man. Tell me, baby, and tell me true, how can you love me and my best friend, too? I'd rather drink muddy water, sleep in a hollow log. By God, I'd cry again." But the one song that I listened to was a thing by the Four Freshmen. Some of y'all are not old enough to remember the Four Freshmen. A really beautiful harmony. I still love them. And there was this one song, this thing, saddest thing I ever heard in my life. It was called "Their Hearts Were Full of Spring." There's a story told of a very gentle boy and a girl who wore his ring. Through the winter snow, their love remained still warm, for their hearts were full of spring. Isn't that pretty? As the days hurried by and the weeks passed into time and the months and years took wing, gentle boy, lovely girl, their love remained still warm, for their hearts were full of spring. And that was all a setup for the chorus. Real crying time. Then one day they died. And their graves lay side by side on a hill where robins sing. And they say violets grow there the whole year round, for their hearts were full of spring. And I'd cry, take another drink, and start that song over again. You know, when I was 9 years sober, I found that old record, and I started for the stereo with it, and my wife saw it and said, "Don't you play that thing." She almost went into hysterics. And I was a little nervous. But I feel things deeply, and I dream a lot. You miss a lot of life by dreaming. Heard a story a long time ago about 2 winos. Any winos and winettes in here? Old story. Old fellow named Jackson down in Texas told a story about these 2 winos that shook 2 under a bridge one day. That one wino turned to the other one and said, "I had the best dream I ever had in my life last night." He said, "Well, what'd you dream?" He said, "I dreamed my mama called me home, gave me $25, told me to go spend the whole day at Disneyland." And the other wino said, "You go?" He said, "Yeah, I went. I had a wonderful time. Best time I ever had in my life. Rode all the rides, went to all the shows, looked at all the pretty girls." He said, "Well, I met Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck, and Goofy personally. And the other wino says, that ain't nothing. I got a better story than that. I had a better dream than that. He said, oh, yeah, what'd you dream? He said, man, I dreamed I had a luxury apartment, 2 cases of Jack Daniels. So there came a knock on my door, and the 2 most beautiful girls you ever saw in your life came through the door and started taking their clothes off. And the other wino was caught up in his story, and he said, why didn't you call me? He said, I did, but your mama said you'd gone to Disneyland. As far back in my life as I can remember, I was afraid. And I felt like a failure. I was raised in a mill town down in North Carolina. Work was the thing that you did. Education was the thing that you got. That was my parents' dream for me. I was raised by parents of a fundamentalist religion. I was raised by a mother who would have breathed for me if she could. I never existed as a person for my mother. I was an extension of her. I love her to death, but this is the truth. I never seemed to do well enough. I made straight A's in school, but I always got the message, A's are nice, but where are the A pluses? Everything I did in life, it seemed to try to gain people's approval. I was almost there, and I thought I had arrived, but they gave me the message, there's more. And I became very early aware that I was failing. No matter what I did, I was always that close. I never seemed to measure up to what people expected of me. I couldn't do it. And so I started pretending. The biggest form of lying I ever did in my life was to pretend to be something that I was not. Whatever you wanted me to be, I would be it. It's like Heather said this morning, I changed many colors. I was like a rock lizard. Whatever color you wanted, that's what you got. Whatever you wanted me to be, I would be. I would do anything so I'd feel that warmth of success for just a few minutes. Success always coming from someone else's approval, never coming from inside myself. Inside, I believed I was a bad person, I was worthless, I was unlovable, and I was a failure, and I believed that very young. And I had a lot of things to be afraid about, too. I was the ugliest baby you ever saw. Truly. My own mother told me she had never seen an ugly baby until I was born. I told a psychiatrist that one time. I love shrinks. You know what he said? He said, ooh. Ooh, he said, that must have been traumatic for you. Traumatic means, I guess, it hurt your feelings, you know. I said, no, sir, it wasn't traumatic. I've seen my baby pictures. And I was ugly. And as I grew up, things didn't get much better. See, I always wanted to be a macho man. Any of you guys want to be a macho man? You know, big and strong, manly and courageous and smart. That's what I wanted to be. And my daddy had lots of brothers. Then the days before TV, and there's about 14 of them in his family. You know how that goes. And they were big and macho. And my mom had 4 of the biggest macho brothers you ever saw in your life. And the one that I really latched on to as my idol was my Uncle Dud. Now, my Uncle Dud was a motorcycle cop back in the days when they wore riding breeches and leather spats up to their knees. And he had a harness across here with silver bullets in it. And high on his hip sat a pearl-handled police special .38. And he smelled like gunpowder and shaving lotion, and he squeaked when he walked. You know what I mean? By God, that's macho. And that's what I wanted to be like, was my Uncle Dud. I never felt comfortable and unafraid, by the way, unless I was riding behind Dud on his motorcycle. Then I felt secure. And as I grew, nature didn't like me. I was skinny. I was real skinny. I was one of those little boys that turned sideways and the shoulder blade stuck out like a tricycle handlebar. And my mama made me wear knickers. When your leg's that big and the knicker hole's that big, you got problems. And there was always corduroy knickers, and there was always brown corduroy knickers. And I grew this great shock of snow white hair. Wasn't blonde, snow white. You know what all my macho uncles call me? Puddin'head. You try being macho when people calling you Puddin'head. Even when I was 18, my nickname was Sweet Lips. And if that wasn't enough, I had these freckles. Now, don't get me wrong, I love freckles. On other people. I was a sight. I had freckles from the top of my head to the bottom of my feet. I had freckles where you ain't supposed to have no freckles. Then I hated them. And I looked at me, and I didn't even measure up to my own standards. I mean, when you're skinny with freckles and cotton top and pudding head, you know, you sure ain't macho. I don't know whatever else you are. And that frightened me a little more. And I used to say to myself, it's the freckles. If I can ever get rid of these freckles, everything will be all right. And you know, about the age of 12 or 13, those freckles replaced the most beautiful set of pimples you ever saw in your life. Now, my mom and dad came from the old school, and they used to tell me if you did certain things, you get pimples on your face. I used to say I didn't do those things. It's one of the few things I excelled at. Now, I'm already scared, and I'm already feeling like a failure, and I walk down the street. People look at them pimples like I got a neon sign over my head saying, he's doing it, he's doing it, he's doing it. I couldn't even be like other kids with my pimples. Other kids had acne. Mine was called acne vulgaris. That means ugly. I even had x-ray treatments on my face. It was that bad. I had cysts and balls. Everybody else had little old pimples. You know, I'm different. Hated them. Go in and take my father's razor and shave off the side of my face. Literally. Hated me. Walked around the first 15 years of my life feeling totally empty inside myself. Like my friend Johnny from California says, it was like I had a hole in the middle of me and the wind was blowing through it, and it hurt. God, it hurt. And I saw the people around me, and they had holes in their middles, and some of them went to church, and the hole closed for them. And some of them got educated, and the hole closed for them. I went to church, mine got bigger. I got educated, mine got bigger. Other people fell in love, and the hole closed. I fell in love and fell in love and fell in love and fell in love. It got bigger and bigger and bigger. Nothing that worked for anyone else seemed to work for me. And I hurt. When I was 15 years old, I was in a hotel, Greensboro, North Carolina, on a high school singing festival that we have down in the Carolinas. And I was with some older, more experienced men of 17, 18 years old. These fellas had been around. And they called a cab driver and gave him $7.50, and after a while he came back to the door of that hotel room and had a bottle of brown liquid in his hand. The label on it said, Cream of Kentucky. I'll never forget that. And I said to the wisest of my friends, whose name was Egghead Baker. That's the truth, y'all. I said, Egghead, what do we do with this stuff? He said, Tommy, he said, you drink a water glass of that as fast as you can. You drink a glass of water fast as you can. You keep on doing that, you're going to feel good. God knows I wanted to feel good. And I went in the bathroom and I watched myself take my first drink. I can remember that. And Egghead lied to me. 2 drinks. The hole closed. Kind of important to me. I drank some more. All those other guys that night got sick and puked and passed out and silly things like that. I didn't. And when they were all passed out and laying in various positions around the room, I called the cab driver. I gave him 7.5, and I got me a pint of cream of Kentucky. I found the answer. I had found the thing that did for me what I'd always wanted done. Do you remember that time it did it for you? It was a solution to my problem, the answer to all my questions, capital S, capital A. And from that time forth, my alcoholism was set in motion because that very night I blacked out. And I became very, very preoccupied with this substance called alcohol. And that preoccupation was to become an obsession. I made straight A's in school. That stopped. I played sports. That stopped. I was social. That stopped. I was in clubs. That stopped. If there wasn't booze connected with what you were doing, I wanted no part of it. It completely took over my thinking, my life, and my behavior. And when I was 16 and 17, I was being locked up regularly in the Wake County Jail in my home. Never, ever remembering being locked up. I was getting into trouble. I was getting suspended from school. All kinds of things were happening. It was blackout drinking already. I get tickled sometimes if we try to put an age limit on alcoholism. As if you could measure pain by years. By the time I was 23, I'd had over 1,000 stitches taken in my face alone as a result of drinking. Been in more jails than I could count. Hurt everyone in life that cared about me. Had been in hospitals, religious homes for alcoholics. That's a trip. And was deeply into my alcoholism. From the very beginning with my alcoholism, I didn't have the power to choose how much I was going to drink once I started drinking. From the very beginning. And a few years later, I didn't even have the power to choose when I was going to drink or not. It was gone. And I was deep into the alcoholic obsession. In between every 2 drunks, I'd be sick to death. I'd be too sick to get it down, too sick to get it up, too sick to die, and too sick to live. And I'd swear off, I'm never going to do this again. I don't want to do it this way. I'd say those ego words, never and forever. And I'd get feeling better physically. And I'd go back to the Baptist church and get all spiritual. And I'd start reading intellectual, wordy books and get the mental organism working up here again. And as soon as everything got going good, and everybody was off my back, and everything was beautiful, a little monkey would jump up on my shoulder and say, Tom, this time it'll be different. This time, if you just handle it right, you're going to be able to drink successfully. And I'd drink myself right back to the John. You know what I mean? And it was a pattern. And it went on and on and on and on. I first went to Alcoholics Anonymous when I was 23 years old. I don't know why I went. But it became apparent to me right away this was going to be an easy thing to master, this AA business. I walked into my first meeting, and there's a guy standing up front with a blue book in front of him. He's talking, and on this side's a plaque, has 12 steps on it. On this side's a plaque, has 12 traditions on it. And my great mind went to work, and the great mind says, all you have to do is memorize those steps, memorize those traditions, memorize what's in that book, and they'll put you up front and listen to you. Why, you'll be president of AA within 6 months. So I set to work memorizing. I've been gifted or cursed with a photographic memory, whichever you choose. I was the greatest test taker in the world when I was going through college. I didn't learn anything, but I sure could take those tests. I carried a 3.94 average in college, with majors in philosophy and history, minors in religion, Greek, and English. Soloist with the college choir, founded the college dance band. Who's who among students in American universities and colleges my junior and senior year, the outstanding biblical student. I could list it right on down the line, and I was drunk 75% of the time. Courtesy photographic memory. People thought I was smart. I was shrewd. So shrewd I damn near died. I came to Alcoholics Anonymous and I memorized. I was laughing when Heather was parroting, rarely ever seen a person fail to thoroughly follow up. I could say it all. I can quote great portions of this book to you tonight. I don't have to anymore. But if you're ever in a big book discussion meeting with me, don't misquote it. And sure enough, those kind people in AA put me up front and gave me the spotlight. And I delivered some of the windiest dissertations on theosophy and theology and epistemology and ontology and philosophy you've ever heard in your life. Really intellectual stuff. It wowed them. The only thing I couldn't do was stay sober. For the next 7 years, with all of this knowledge above the eyebrows about Alcoholics Anonymous, the longest I ever stayed dry was 89 days in 7 years. And I knew everything there was to know in this program above the eyebrows. When this book says self-knowledge won't work, it's telling the truth. I know it from my experience. You don't have to learn it that way. I suffered more after I came into this program than I did before. Because right away when I got here, I knew it was the answer. I knew it was it. And I watched the turtles of life pass me by like they were riding motorcycles. Everybody come to the group, go to that switch that says sobriety and flip it on, and stay sober right on. I was that close to the switch and I could not reach it. And I wasn't trying not to be sober, folks. I was trying to be sober. But I couldn't reach the switch. I went to a group up in Burlington, North Carolina. It was so traditional, everybody had a seat. You got groups like that up here? And you didn't sit in anybody's seat. You go in that meeting in Burlington, North Carolina tomorrow night. Barney will be leaned up against the wall on the left-hand side. Jim will be in the second chair, first row. Fourth row, fourth seat over from the wall is empty. Been empty a long time. That's Martha's seat. She's been dead 14 years. And Freeman will be there, and Jimmy will be there, and over on the right-hand side, the man who's dead now. Second row, second chair from the wall, sat this man, the meanest man that God ever made. His name was Bill C., and I called him Grumpy, and I hated his guts. And I hated his guts because he always told me the truth. He could see through me like Superman with X-ray vision. And I'd come to the meeting, and he always called me boy. And he always pointed his finger at me. And he talked in circles like some of these old-timers do, yet senseless stuff, talking in circles. I'd come in the meeting, and he'd say, "How you doing, boy?" And I'd say, "Fine." Then he'd tell me how I really was. And he talked in these circles like, "Boy, you don't think your way into good living, you live your way into good thinking." I'd say, "Shut up, you old dummy." Inside myself, didn't have the guts to say it to him. I'd go get drunk at him. "Boy, the good Lord gave you 2 ears and 1 mouth. Does that mean a damn thing to you?" And the one I always hated the worst, and I treasure the most today. "Boy," he'd say, "how come you always run around looking for God? He ain't lost." And during this period of time, I wanted one of those red poker chips that we give down in North Carolina for 90 days of sobriety. I wanted one so bad because it would make me somebody, and I was tired of being nothing. And I wanted one so bad that after the meeting was over and everybody was gone, I snuck up to the chip box and stole them red chips. I used to sit out in my den and meditate and read the great books by the great men of God. I read Augustine. I read Buber. I read Tillich. I read Thomas à Kempis. I read St. John of the Cross. I read them all, sitting in the lotus position, waiting for my spiritual awakening to happen. See, I'm a Baptist, folks. I know what a spiritual awakening is. It's God lighting up a bush for Moses. That's what it is. It's God knocking Paul off a jackass, too. Has to be big. And I figured if he could light up a bush for Moses and knock Paul off a jackass, you know, least he could do was give me one lightning bolt. God's got a great sense of humor. I can see him now, looking over there saying, there's that dummy again. I'd give him a lightning bolt. I got plenty. But he wouldn't like the color. And I was marking off days on my calendar, and I had a red chip pasted up there on the 90th day, and boy, I was going to make it. I'd run home, go to bed real quick before I could get drunk. 89 days I stayed dry, and on the 90th day, I rested. Grumpy wasn't surprised at all. I used to call Grumpy when it was too late. I was a test pattern drunk. I'd call you after I had the first drink, just in case I couldn't get you. I called Grumpy one night, and I was drunk. Before I could say a word, he said, boy, don't you ever call me again, drunk. He said, matter of fact, don't you ever call me again. He said, if you want to get sober, you know where we meet, and don't call me to come get you. You can walk. He said, frankly, Tom, I don't care if you ever get sober. That hurt my feelings real bad. And I bless him for it today. I bless him for it. He did me a big favor. I drank on until I was 30. I was on 5 years probation. I was never supposed to drive a car again in the state of North Carolina as long as I lived. I'd had the unique experience of driving my car under a tractor trailer while in a blackout, becoming medically addicted to morphine, going through withdrawal and traction, going from 225 to 140 pounds, being unable to walk for over a year. And the first thing I did when I was able to walk was I went out and got drunk. Only this time I took the medications along that the doctor was giving me for the pain I was having. I took Percodan and Seconal along with the bourbon now. And there wasn't enough liquor left in God's world to close the hole anymore. It was gaping. When I was 30 years old, I came to one morning. I was a young college teacher, about to lose my job. And I came to in an empty apartment. My wife and daughter were gone. Nothing in there belonged to me. And I bless God for this day. Because when I woke up that morning, 3 ideas came into my mind just as clearly as I'm standing here tonight. And the first idea was, Tom, you can't drink. I'd known that for a long time. The second idea I'd never even considered. And Tom, you can't quit. And I came to in an empty apartment. My wife and daughter were gone. Nothing in there belonged to me. And I bless God for this day. Because when I woke up that morning, 3 ideas came into my mind. You can't drink and you can't quit drinking. And the third idea shook me. And you are going to die. And I knew it. I knew it. Now, I'd had experiences like this before. I'd had experiences in between every two drunks when I was real, real sick, when I saw the truth about myself and could not avoid it. And I made up my mind to change that situation. This time I made up my mind about nothing. This time I did the magic thing without even knowing I had done it. I surrendered. The book says we learned we had to concede to our innermost selves that we were alcoholics. This is the first step in recovery. You want to guess how I got back to AA? I walked. I had no driver's license, and I got to tell you something here. My mind was telling me, AA won't work. You have tried that. It works for everybody else. You're different, you're different, you're different. Don't go, don't go. And at the same time, my feet were taking me right straight for that AA meeting. I'm a great believer in the body. I can argue with my mind. I can play games with my mind. But when my body gives me a message, it is going to be heard. When my body says sleep, I sleep. When my body says stop, I stop. And if I don't, I get sick and it stops me. And James Taylor, a North Carolina musician, writes a lot of good music. And there's a line in one of his songs that says, I guess my feet know where they want me to go. And mine did. And I kept walking to meetings. I went late and I left early. I didn't speak to anybody. But I kept going. After a while, I got to looking around the room. I saw this man there that I liked. What I liked about him was not him. What I liked about him was his eyes. They were alive and they were dancing. There was a brightness in them. And I went up to this man one night, kind of saddled up to him, and I said, I want to stay sober. And I said, will you be my sponsor? And you know what he said to me? He said, boy, I've heard about you. They tell me you're crazy. But I'll sponsor you on one condition. I said, what's that? He said, we'll do it my way. Now, people had told me to do things their way before, and you got to guess what I told them. And you know what I said this time? Yes, sir. Please. Now, he says, the first thing I want you to do is I want you to go to meetings early. And I want you to shake everybody's hand there, and I want you to ask them how they're doing. And I said, I don't want to go to meetings early. And I don't want to shake everybody's hand. And I don't care how they're doing. And why do I have to do that? And he said, Tom, you don't ask me why. You do what I tell you to do. Now there, folks, is the difference in a sponsor and a counselor. I have a message here, Leslie White, phone call in the kitchen. Okay? Okay. And what he told me to do, I did. It didn't make a bit of sense to me. I figured he was going straight for the mind, and change it. After all, my memory of the book told me the crux of the problem is in the mind. And I figured Harry was going to work on my mind. He didn't go work on my mind in the way that I thought he should, thank God. So I went to meetings early. And I shook people's hands. And I mumbled. I looked at shoe tops. You ever look at shoe tops? I looked at walls. I looked at ceilings. I looked anywhere except at people. I couldn't stand to look at people. And I mumbled to them. It must have been funny to everybody. It was hard for me to do. And after a few weeks, I was seeing some ankles. A few more weeks, I was seeing some shins. My words were clearing up a little bit. A few more weeks, I saw some knees, and then I saw some thighs, then I saw some hips. Saw some beautiful hips. And then the magic of AA happened. I was looking them in the eye. I did care how they were doing, and I was glad to see them. And I knew something. And God, this is the magic of AA. They were glad to see me. My God, I can't describe how important that was and is. I'm a toucher and a hugger today. I never touched and hugged anybody anytime. Nobody got close to me. And how did my sponsor have the wisdom to start me touching from the first day? How? I think it's because sponsors ain't in this deal alone. Man, I started getting sober. I was sitting up at work one day, eating my bag lunch. All of a sudden, it dawned on me. Tom, you haven't wanted to drink for over 3 months. Oh, God. I cried like a baby. When I got that 3-month chip, you'd have thought I'd been sober 35 years. Place went crazy. Got my 6-month chip, and my sponsor called Grumpy and said, "Come down, Tom's picking up a 6-month chip." Grumpy says, "You're a damn lie. Ain't no way he could stay sober 6 months." He said, "I'm about to die with the flu, but I'd go anywhere to see that." And he came down from when I picked up my 6-month chip, and time went on, and it went on, and it went on. And I was up for my year. And I was laying in on the bed laughing because my sponsor and my wife were arguing on the telephone about who was going to give me a party. Now, people had argued about me before, but it was always in terms of what we're going to do with him this time, And they were arguing about who's going to give me a party. I had a proper speech written. It was very deep and very profound. It was going to evoke a lot of tears out of them people at that meeting, I really had it made. It was my night. The ego was back, and I didn't know it. And they called me up to give him a year chip, and I couldn't say a word. I was bawling like a baby. And if that wasn't enough, you think God don't take care of drunks and fools? They kept counting. And they counted up to 25 years. A little gray-haired man in the back of the room got up, came up, picked up a 25-year chip. I had chosen his anniversary in AA as mine. He's 24 years ahead of me today. He's been sober 44 years. He still allows me to call him my pigeon. Every time I talk to him, I say, "Keep on doing what I told you, pigeon. You're going to be okay." And he puts up with that stuff. And I love him. I love him to death. God, what a wonderful man. One of those men who has practiced this program so long he doesn't have to talk about AA. He is AA. I get in his presence. I'm in AA. I am with God. I am close. The Spirit all around him. And the beauty of the thing is, like all people of that kind, he doesn't even know it. He is so simple, it's incredible. Beautiful man. And things have been getting good for me ever since. Now, I like the AA version of alcoholism. Do y'all like that? And as I run into people around, it seems like the AA version is not being stressed a lot. And if you will, I'm going to stress it a little bit tonight. I'm an alcoholic. And that means in AA terms I am allergic to alcohol. Now what does that mean? I have to understand these things. I had to understand them as I was going through the program. I have to understand them now. To me it's simply this. I'm allergic to penicillin. When I take penicillin, I break out in a rash all over. And I swell up and I get sore and I get short of breath. I'm allergic to alcohol. The first time I drank, I broke out drunk. The last time I drank, I broke out drunk. I swelled up all over. And the beauty of it is the researchers are backing it up 1,000%. Alcoholism, they say, is a biochemical genetic disorder. It is inherited. It is physiological. Alcoholics really cannot drink alcohol. And they give us these long terms about it to justify it. They say the liver won't metabolize alcohol. In a normal drinker, when the alcohol goes to the liver, it's broken down into a chemical called acetaldehyde, which is then further broken down into carbon dioxide and water in a normal drinker. And they pee it out and breathe it out. It's gone in a few hours. With the alcoholic, they say it's broken down to acetaldehyde, but it is not peed out and breathed out in a few hours. Most of it's retained, rises through the central nervous system, mixes with a neurotransmitter chemical in the brain called dopamine, and forms another compound called tetrahydroisoquinoline. Boggles your mind, doesn't it? And when the tetrahydroisoquinoline is formed, do you know what you have in your brain? The first cousin to morphine. And the body says, get me some more of that stuff. No willpower will ever work here. No intention makes any difference here. Now the body is in control, and it demands more and more and more until it's saturated, then it says stop, and we go through withdrawal. I got some good friends who are really intellectual researchers now, good men. And I was talking to one of them one night, and he was laying out all these 20-syllable words, you know. And I said, John, all you guys are going to sit around a table one day, and you know what you're going to say to each other? He said, I don't know, Tom, what? I said, you're going to look at one another and smile and say, you know what? We believe alcoholics are allergic to alcohol. And AA has the greatest solution in the world for that kind of physical condition. And the only remedy we have to suggest is complete abstinence. You don't drink. But I have an obsession of the mind that drives me to drink. The mind is a fantastic thing. You ever stop to consider your own mind? Any of you read Scott Peck's book, The Road Less Traveled? He says, the mind which presumes to believe there's no such thing as a miracle is itself a miracle. Little David, with whom I identify and wrote some of the Psalms in the Bible, said, I will praise thee, O Lord, for I am wonderfully and fearfully made. And we are. And the mind's hard to explain, but I had to understand it in little red hen terms. And to me, the mind goes this way. There's a first level of the mind, and it's called conscious. And it's run by a little guy called ego. And the conscious mind, with it I value, and I believe, and I feel, and I remember, and I perceive, and I think, and I choose. And the little ego has a job to do. And its job is to protect me from pain, and to protect the things that are very valuable to me by any means possible. And then there's a second level of the mind. It is called the basement. That's what I call it. If I have a basement in my house, that's where I put junk. So it is with the basement of my mind. That's where the ego puts junk. Thoughts, feelings, memories it does not wish me to be conscious of. It shoves into the basement of my mind. The psychologists complicate it and say it does it by ego defense mechanisms. This is fine with me. But it is shoved into the basement of my mind if it is painful to me or if it contradicts something that I value. And the deepest level of the mind, I believe, is God within. The very deepest level of the mind, I believe, is God within. It is the level of my mind that has knowledge. It's the level of my mind that has power. I love what Chuck used to say, may God rest his soul. I'm not saying I'm God, but he is me. And he's you, and you, and you, and infinitely more. And these are not our ideas. These are the ideas straight from the mouths of the spiritual teachers who told us that this power resides within us. And straight from our book, says deep down inside every man, woman, and child is the fundamental idea of God. We found the reality deep within us. In the final analysis, it's only there that he may be found. In God, it is said we live and move and have our being. And I believe that he lives and moves and has his being in us and his other creations. And that boggles your mind. How can God be outside and God be inside at the same time? How can I move in him and him in me at the same time? You're sitting in a room now surrounded by air. The same air that surrounds you is breathed in and out of you. So it is, I believe, with God. I believe that God expresses himself through us. More than that, I believe that we are expressions of him. And this program brings us to the realization of that. And what happens in the mind, or what happened in mine at least, was this. Alcohol was very valuable to me. And the ego protected it by shoving all the bad memories about that last drunk, the bad feelings about that last drunk, the bad thoughts about alcohol into the basement of my mind. Hidden from view, unconscious. Problem. I know that when you bury thoughts and memories and feelings, you do not bury them dead, you bury them alive. And they ate at my gut, and I was restless and irritable and discontented. But I forgot. Because the material was shoved away in the basement of my mind, I forgot. On Friday, I would be sickened to death. I would be swearing off forever. I meant it. I would be going back to church. I would be going to AA. I would be doing everything. And on Monday, I wasn't too sure about the deal. I was feeling better. And by the next Friday, I was telling myself, it'll be different this time. How many times have you done that? And it's bad enough that I'm shoving all this material in the basement of my mind and causing an uproar inside of me. But the worst part, when I filled up my basement with this junk, I was cut off from the power within me. I had a lack of power. I couldn't seem to recognize what was good for me and do it, and what was bad for me and not do it. And to me, that's a definition, a pretty good one, of insanity. And what does the program do about this? In the old days, the old-timers used to talk about ego deflation at depth. The ego, they said, had become inflated. He was supposed to manage the conscious mind. He was acting like he was chairman of the board. Deflated. Look at the first 3 steps. The process of ego deflation. I've learned a lot in this program. I've learned a lot from my children. Do you ever listen to children? I do, very closely. To me, children are much closer to God. They haven't walked so far away. It's no surprise to me that the spiritual teachers say we have to become like little children. And I got a kid at home. He's a big strapping boy now. Those of you who've heard me through the years have heard me talk about Jason. And when Jason was a little baby, you've heard of armchair philosophers. Well, he was a potty chair philosopher. When he sat on his potty chair, he wanted somebody to sit with him and listen to him and talk to him. And I got the job one night. And I'm sitting there, and here this tiny little boy looks up at me and out of nowhere and says, "Hey, Dad, Jesus turns the power on." Whoa. And it's not Jesus. It's not that. I'm not here to say you Jesus. It was the whole thought of it. I said, "Son, how do you know that? Did your mother tell you that?" He says, "No." "Well, did you learn that in Sunday school?" He said, "No, sir." I said, "Well, how do you know such a thing?" He said, "I just know. That's why. I believe there's a part of me that knows what's right for me and what is not, what is good for me and what is bad, that knows exactly where to turn in times of trouble. I believe it resides in every human being. And if you don't think it resides in you, think about the last time you were in a life-threatening situation. All the stops were out. There was nothing you could do about it. Did you hear yourself say the equivalent of 3 words? God, help me. How'd you know that? It's like a homing beacon inside. We just know, that's why. And then Jace one night laid a biggie on me. I still carry it around with me. We're sitting on the couch talking. He said, "Hey, Dad, why don't I be the dad for a while and you be the son?" I said, "Well, how are we going to work that out, son?" He said, "It's simple." He said, "I'll grow up and be the father. You grow down and be the son." It's the best description of the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous I've heard to this day. Growing down to be a child of God. Beautiful. My mother's now 80, going on 21. She's absolutely gorgeous. She and I have a love affair going. My dad's dead. My dad was the kindest, simplest, goodest man I've ever known in my life. When I was growing up in that mill town, we didn't have any money. My dad didn't talk a lot. But my dad would take me out in the woods, and all the other little boys were getting these store-bought bows and arrows and everything. You know, my dad would take me out in the woods, hand-pick a branch, carve it. Every arrow had a different design. These guys that had these store-bought things would try to trade theirs for mine. He taught me how to skip rocks across the water. Boy, I can skip some rocks. He taught me how beautiful things were without saying so. That's what I mean about kind and gentle and simple and calm. And I loved him. And he loved me. When I was 18 years old, he carried me to the bus to leave for the Air Force as an alternative to going to jail. And while he was telling me how much he loved me, he had his hand planted firmly on my butt, pushing me on that bus. I was about to kill him with my behavior. And I had the opportunity, and I look at it as an opportunity today, to be with my father while he died, and it was a long, slow, and painful process. It was cancer. And it was ugly. And I always considered my dad kind of weak. Isn't it strange how we confuse weakness with quietness? And I found out about real strength. God, what a man. And the morning before he died, he turned over to me and he said, "Tommy, am I going to die?" And I said, "Yes, sir, and soon." And I said, "Tell me, does that frighten you?" And he said, "Yeah." But he said, "I learned a long time ago, when you're afraid, you give your fear to God and go on about your business." This is not an AA person. Sometimes we feel we've got a lock on it. And we're only given the opportunity to share what has been shared by the greatest of the spiritual teachers of mankind. And while he was looking at me, he said, "Son, I love you." He said, "You're one of the finest men I have ever known." Same son, same father. Something changed. And it's me. Why? Is it because I'm smart? No. Is it because I'm special? No. It is because this program has done for me precisely what it said it would do for me in every single aspect. And if it hasn't done it yet, it's going to do it. I'm the kind of a person who has to feel good. Feeling good is not a luxury to me, it's a necessity. And I am in a program which, thanks be to God, makes me feel good, makes me, as I said, high. I am addicted to this program. Shoot me up with it every day. You cannot OD on AA. And this magnificent and wonderful Father who comes in stillness and works through surrender and paradox. Spend much time with Him. Much time. Not talking. Focusing. Praising. Thanking. Adoring. I've learned how to worship. Learn how to get my mind off me and on Him, only for a few minutes a day. That's better than it's ever been before. My kids look at me now and say, "Dad, you're the finest person in the whole world." And the one who used to hate his own guts replies, "Ain't it the truth?" And people say to me now, "Tom, I love you." And instead of making some excuse and telling them why they shouldn't, I say, "I know it. I know it." And I do. And God, that's worth the whole ball game. To be able to accept love. The Word was on me for years, even in AA. He'll give you the shirt off His back, but don't try to give Him yours. He doesn't know how to receive anything. And I didn't. And I've had to learn. And it's been a trip. You want to approve of me, go right ahead. You want to disapprove of me, go right ahead. I'm a hell of a man, with or without either one. And I mean it. I like music. I found that kind of freedom, for instance, that Chris Christopherson talks about. Freedom, he says, just another word for nothing left to lose. I believe that. I don't have to wake up each morning and plan the world's activities anymore, folks. I ain't even have to plan mine. You know, just ask God for the knowledge of His will and the power to carry it out. That's it. Get on off my butt and on my feet and get out there and live it. All the faith in the world to me doesn't mean anything unless you put feet on it. Action is the magic word. I believe that. Do it even if you do it wrong. I screw up 50 times a day or more, and it's okay. It's okay. I was trying hard. One of my musician friends down at Rock Hill, South Carolina, is a little guy named Ed Kilburn. And he writes top 40 music to make his money. But for himself, he sings for free at any church that'll let him. He wrote this beautiful little old song that I love. And I can almost hear my 3 children and my mother, you know. My mother is a terminal Baptist, black belt. She retired, as a matter of fact. Her last job was hostess in one of the largest Tabernacle Baptist Church in Raleigh, North Carolina, one of the largest Baptist churches in the state. Black belt Baptist, you know. And she's always asking me, what about Jesus? You know, and these kinds of things. And it's beyond me to explain it to her, you know. I don't even try anymore. I used to try. I don't. I just live the life. Let somebody else handle the theology. And this guy wrote this song, and I can hear my kids saying it to me. I have 3 kids, Chris, Jason, and Francis. Excuse me. We call her Flappy because the mouth goes all the time. Beautiful kid. Gorgeous. And the song goes like this, and let me share it with you, fitting them into it. Daddy, why aren't you famous? Well, Christy, I think I am. Because all of the people you see here tonight came out here to give me a hand. But their applause isn't what really matters. It's what I can feel from their hearts. And if tonight I made dreamers of some who had lost them, or made friends with a few who were scared, or if there's one new believer who came here a critic, and I told him that somebody cared, then Christy, I always feel famous. Though I'm not seen on TV, I get all the attention my ego can handle, doing this live and for free. Yeah, I do it live and for free. But Daddy, why are you lonely? Oh, Flappy, I guess I am. Because there are a few people that I missed tonight who aren't here to give me a hand. But you know, in some ways they're closer than the people out on my front row. And if I'm quiet, I can hear Chuck's new heart-beating rhythm and see Grumpy driving his car. And there are preachers and poets that I never met, like Bill Wilson, who hasn't gone far. So I'm alone, but I'm not really lonely. I just got a group you can't see. They give me all the companionship my faith can handle doing this talking with me. Yeah, they do this talking with me. Well, Daddy, I think you're crazy. Well, Jason, that's what keeps me sane. I was born with a strange sense of humor to go with a strong sense of pain. And I found that there's nothing too serious that it can't hold its own in a joke. So I might laugh at stories about people suffering and laugh about losing my hat. Make people think I give talks without answers because I tease them and hide where they're at. But I also give talks that are simple. And a smile is the last thing you'll see on the face of this crazy old outlaw, laughing out loud because I'm me. I laugh like this because I'm free. And then my mother. But Tommy, do you love Jesus? Well, Mother, doesn't it show? She said, I've been listening to you for an hour, and frankly, I got to say no. Because if you did, you'd be famous. Big churches and Christian TV. You'd be so well known that you'd never get lonely. You'd never be crazy or weird. But you got to give up making them talks without answers, and you ought to shave off that old beard. I said, well, I love you too, Mother. But you sure found it different than me. You see, I do my best, and I do it like Jesus. And He did it live and for free. Thank you.
don't bring tears to your eyes, something's wrong. I have two little things before we close. One of them is, there's a young man sitting amongst us tonight. I know a lot of times people say, who came the furthest and who's been sober the longest and all this. But someplace back there, there's a young man from Scotland, and I wish he'd stand up. Where is the young man from Scotland? Is anyone further than that? Oh, Newburgh, I don't count. Like I say, I'd appreciate it if you'd take the chairs. You don't have to take them back where you got them in this area here when we finish. And God love all of you. I would close with the Lord's Prayer.
Sorry to interrupt your viewing. Taper Dave here. Just wanted to take a second to ask you to like and subscribe to my channel. Let me know if you like what you're listening. I've got some very good talks here, and this one's a great one. Just curious, do you think this is better than Zoom? Tell me what you think. Okay, this is how I prepare my drone for launching. I like to do it inside the cab of my truck so I'm not standing outside in the weather. To install the joysticks for control, up and down, right and left, powered on. I have an Android phone that I use to connect it to the drone with. And it's actually controlled through the iPhone, through an app. Oops, wrong way. It's actually controlled through the iPhone, or through this Android phone, through the app. It's actually controlled through the Android phone, through an app, and you connect it through this short connection right here.
Remote control connected.
Remote control's connected. So I pull out the drone. I have to extend the legs. Long legs extended first, then the short legs. Remove the gimbal protector. Set that aside, then power it on one short burst, then one long burst. I lay it down. So I have to go to calibrate. So the drone's not connected yet. It shows you here as this drone gets disconnected, even though the remote's powered on. So the drone has to establish it's connected. So I go into the app to calibration mode. First I'll calibrate the remote controller. Start calibration. Out, in, oop, out, in, up, down, and then this little wheel is to control the gimbal. So it's calibrated. Go to gimbal calibration, start calibration, and then it calibrates the gimbal. I don't know if that shows up. The gimbal's moving all over the place. Changes, you can see it on the video. And I'm calibrated to take off. It's acquired 7 satellites at the moment. There are 26 satellites up in the sky, which it has to acquire before you can take off. So it's connected. It's got enough satellites. This is white. I can go to press this little arrow button, swipe right to take off, and it would start the motors if I slid this to the right. But I'll wait till I get outside. Don't want to do it inside.